We continue with the Naruto novel with the name Deidara Invites Me to Akatsuki. Chapter 61. The voice is naturally Deidara. Seeing Onaki, Haitu, and others who were drenched in rain at the gate of the Akatsuki organization, Deidara was instantly shocked. Old man. Why are you here? How did you find it here? The corner of Onaki's mouth twitched. In the previous Three Shadows meeting, I heard from Sarutobi Hiruzen that the Akatsuki organization's base is in the Land of Rain. And Rain Country has a Rain Shinobi village. The tallest building is immediately visible upon entering the Rain Shinobi village. Where can the base be if it is not here? Is he still in the field of the country of rain? Don't worry about these things for now. Where is your leader? Where is Yefeng? Tell them to come out. Although Deidara still has a lot of questions to ask, but seeing Onoki's appearance is quite urgent, so he hastened to report. The worthy Akatsuki has arrived at the gate in person, which may be a big problem. After a few minutes, under Deidara's leadership, Pain, Yefeng, and others left the room one after another. Seeing Onoki standing at the base, Yefeng also felt a bit confused. What happened? Could it be that what he said on Earth last time came true? Will Onaki rebel against the Earth and join his Akatsuki organization? Mr. Yefeng, there is something very urgent, and I want to inform you of something very urgent. Onaki Dang even walked in front of Yefeng. Pain next to him moved his fingers slightly, and his face was so dark that the water could flow. What is the situation? Who is the leader of the organization? It's me. What do you have to tell Yefeng instead of the leader? Is the recruiter bigger than the leader? Yefeng clasped his hands together and asked with great interest, Oh? What is your long journey worth? Is it because you plan to give up the position of Akatsuki and join our Akatsuki organization? Onaki was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, About that matter. Let's talk about it later. There are more important things. Now the three kingdoms of fire, wind, and earth have held a joint meeting and are preparing to launch a joint encirclement and suppression campaign against your Xiao organization next week. As soon as this statement came out, the entire organization room was filled with amazement. They all looked at Onaki in disbelief. Especially Tsunade, the eyes are straight. How many days have you joined the Akatsuki organization? About to be besieged? So bad luck? Konan frowned and leaned in with a surprised face. No reason. How do they know where our base is? Because last year, we deliberately frequented the country of the mountains and the country of the grass, creating the illusion that the base is there. Maybe there is a traitor. Yefeng said lightly, and the expressions of Obito, Ju, and Uchiha Itachi next to him moved slightly. Especially Uchiha Itachi. He knew very well that he had told the third Hokage the secret of the base. But that was before, I was deceived. Now Sasuke returns to him, in addition to the previous promise to Yefeng. Uchiha Itachi has completely severed all ties to the third generation and is focused on making enemies out of Konoha. Forget it, these kinds of things are no longer important. Pain stood up. Compared to this, I am more worried about why did you come to report to me? Have you betrayed the other two great powers? Onaki nodded sheepishly. Because. Onaki did not speak. He only looked at Yefeng in amazement. Because. Because it is impossible not to betray. In your organization, there's a guy who can spotlight the Nine Tails. Do you think this battle can still be fought? Onoki, there is an old saying that those who know current affairs are the best. Although I used to be very prejudiced against the Akatsuki organization, but ever since I recognized your strength, I have changed my point of view. The reason why the ninja world is as chaotic as it is now is that the power of the 5 main countries is too balanced, which leads to constant disputes. And you? Little by little it is becoming an organization with overwhelming power. When your staff reaches its peak, it may be time to end the riot. I want to block the future of you young people. I am willing to share information with you and help in secret, but the premise is that you do not harm the people of the earth. As expected of an old fox who lived to be over 90 years old, Onoki's words were perfect. On the other hand, Deidara and Haito felt embarrassed and died. The worthy Akatsuki traveled thousands of miles to the Akatsuki organization. He didn't even make a statement here, so he just gave up. Is it okay to come ask for peace? This. Conan and Pain were at a loss for a moment. They never dreamed that one of the 5 great powerful nations would take the initiative to seek cooperation with them. Onoki, what stimulated you? Conan looked at Yefeng and asked solemnly, Yefeng, what do you think? After hearing this, Pain next to him clenched his fingers again. What is the situation? Shouldn't you ask the leader about this kind of thing? Why do you ask Yefeng? The leader, do I still have a sense of existence? Yefeng did not shy away from Pain's feelings at all, dragging his chin and pondering, although my perception ability can detect things within a radius of 100 kilometers, but the land of fire and the land of wind are thousands of miles away. Distance. There is no way. It may be necessary to have an alerted insider, which is also a good option. All. Detection capacity with a radius of 100 kilometers. Is this a human language? That. Onoki looked at Yefeng expectantly. Because to put it bluntly, in the Xiao organization, Yefeng is the one Onoki fears the most. If he nods, then things are easy to say. At least his old life was saved. Cooperation is possible, but you can't write a blank check. What if you're performing in a show today when you come to sue for peace? I have to avoid this risk, right? They were all shocked. It wasn't Yefeng who said it, they hadn't thought of it yet. Yeah. What if today's scene was played by Onoji? In collusion with Wofeng and the 2 countries, he deliberately came here to perform bitter tricks, and then led his Xiao organization into the pit. Onoki frowned, he had actually thought about this situation. After all, you are the shadow of the village, and it is quite strange to come to the Xiao organization to express your opinion, and it is natural for people to doubt it. After pondering for a while, Onoki said, so, to show our sincerity, let Haito join your organization, what do you think? Haito's eyes were wide, with an incredible expression on his face. Good guy. If you want to show your sincerity, will you sell me? Are we both really grandparents? Let the Black Earth unite. Yefeng looked back and forth at Haito, making him blush. Black Earth, also known as Leg Shadow. A pair of snow-white long and slender legs is unparalleled in the entire ninja world. And most importantly, Leg Shadow usually wears a cheongsam with a very high slit. Also, he often uses his legs to attack the enemy. If this is when Haito raises his foot to kick someone, Yefeng would say canteen hot sauce. Wouldn't that solve the question that had puzzled him for many years, did Haito wear pants? Okay, Black Earth is also your close relative. If she didn't sincerely cooperate with us, I think I wouldn't send her to the organization. Onoji smiled happily, then I'll bother you to take care of her. Hearing the conversation between the two, Haito at her side felt her heart flutter. Are these 2 human traffickers buying and selling daughters-in-law or something? Do discussions go back and forth throughout the entire process without asking for the opinions of the parties involved? But although he was sold to the Xiao organization, Haito actually did not feel disgusted in his heart. Because Haito is 16 years old this year, just the age when he first fell in love. Ever since Yefeng forcibly grabbed her hand that day, she has been restless. In short, it is love. It's also a good time to join the Xiao organization, you can get closer to Yefeng, and you don't have to have unrequited love in the future. Haito, that is the decision. You will remain in the Xiao organization and help Mr. Yefeng and the others. Onoki gave solemn orders to Haito. The implication is to let Haito hold Yefeng's thigh tightly. Haito had green cheeks, red from the forehead to the root of the neck. He kept scanning Yefeng and Onaki's faces back and forth. In the end, she pursed her lips and stood next to Yefeng with a slightly red face. "Okay, Grandpa, I will stay by Yefeng's side to help from now on." Onoki nodded. "Well, the next thing is about the encirclement and suppression. This time, I deliberately set it up to." Time flies. 4 days have passed since the meeting of the three shadows, when the three kingdoms of wind, fire, and earth signed a joint encirclement and suppression agreement. Today is day 5. That is, the agreed day to assemble the troops. The country of the wind. The desert borders hundreds of kilometers from Tsunagakuer. The 4th Kazekage Logosha leads the great troop of sand shinobi, fording mountains and rivers, rushing towards the destination. Everyone, this will be a battle related to the peace of our ninja world. The target this time, I think everyone is familiar with it, is the notorious #1 terrorist organization in the ninja world, the Akatsuki organization. Only by eradicating them can the ninja world be peaceful. Only then can we begin war missions with peace of mind. I hope that everyone will put all their strength and seriously participate in this encirclement and suppression operation. I don't know if it is because the dust is so heavy that everyone covers their faces with towels and it is inconvenient to talk. After Logosha's passionate speech ended, the sand shinobi contingent that followed was disappointing. It is very far. In a hidden bunker covered in boulders, 2 strange figures were whispering. One of them. He has long straight black hair, bloodless skin all over his body, and a snake face and snake eyes. Other. With round glasses, silver hair, a young man with a harmless face. It's Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sunin, and his retinue, Yakushi Kabuto. GG, Logosha, that idiot, how the hell did that 3rd generation old fox trick you? The Wind Kingdom's enemy should be the Fire Kingdom, but instead of going to war with the Fire Kingdom, this guy obeyed the opponent's instigation and rushed to attack the Akatsuki organization. It's really stupid. Orochimaru stuck out his slender tongue and licked interfering lips, eyes full of evil. Things have been difficult for Orochimaru these days. Because he heard that his old club, that is, the Xiao organization, had a newcomer. That newcomer, in a short period of time after joining the Akatsuki organization, helped the organization recruit 3 Konoha shinobi members one after another. There's Kakashi the copy ninja, Uchiha Sasuke the Uchiha orphan, and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. All these amazing characters. Besides, recently, that guy even lured Tsunade into the organization. As Tsunade's former classmate and teammate who has fought for many years, Orochimaru knows Tsunade's character as a master. She couldn't even understand how Yefeng tricked Tsunade into the organization. Obviously, the people who joined the Akatsuki organization recently were all from Konoha, but the 3rd Hokage held a 3-shadow conference in a daze, dragging the 2 countries into trouble. And most importantly, Logosha, this idiot, really believed it? From the reactions of those sand shinobi, it can be seen that everyone is not very enthusiastic about the suppression Akatsuki organization. The purpose of Orochimaru's trip to the Land of Winds is to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. According to your plan, he wants to kill Logosha first, and then sneak into the village disguised as the 4th Kazekage. He then bathes Konoha village in blood and kills the 3rd Hokage. But I didn't expect. The deviations occurred in the first step of the plan. Logosha actually actively responded to the call and went to the Land of Rain to participate in the siege battle. Now, the entire map is littered with Tsunagakuer ninja, and the 4th Hokage Logosha is surrounded by masters, including Jonin from the entire Sand Shinobi village. Even Gran Macho, the #1 puppeteer in the ninja world, stood by Logosha's side. Even if Orochimaru has the ability to reach the sky, he doesn't dare to do it. Master Orochimaru, what should we do now? Continue to follow. Do asked quietly. I have no choice but to keep going. Can I spot a leak when I see it? I really want to take the opportunity to kill all these guys who are in the way. Time flies. In a blink of an eye. It is already the morning of the 6th. The great army of the Wind Kingdom arrived at the agreed place first. Shortly after, ninja troops also arrived from the land of fire and the land of earth. Konoha here. The third Hokage leads the team himself. Behind him were all of Konoha's elite ninjas. Might Guy, Kurane Yui, Genma Shiranui, Mitarashi Anko, Ibiki Marino. Every ninja that could be obtained in the village was brought in. Even Danzo endorsed several root members. The reason why the staff is so well prepared, naturally, is not because Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong sense of responsibility, thinking that Konoha is the most rebellious in the Akatsuki organization and wants to do more. It was he who planned to wait until the end of the extermination war to see if he could find an opportunity to wipe out the other two villages. Wouldn't it be fun to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? It seems that you have kept the agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen happily walked by Logosha's side. He just thinks that this 4th Kazekage is really cheating, or really stupid. Even the legendary puppeteer Cho invited her out of the mountain. Basically hollowed out Tsunagakuer. Logosha remained expressionless. This time, it is a battle that concerns the fate of the entire ninja world. I don't want anything to happen. Grandma Cho also nodded. There is an old acquaintance in Xiao's organization. It is quite good to take this opportunity to meet him. I just don't know the strength of the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, in this encirclement and suppression battle, we have absolute superiority in numbers. Even if the members of the Akatsuki organization have the ability to defy heaven, it is absolutely impossible for them to withstand the attack of a coalition of 20,000 people, so this is a must-win battle. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly clenched his fist and his expression turned a bit fierce. The ability to defy the sky. Speaking of this, a figure appeared in his mind. It was Yefeng who kidnapped the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha orphan in Konoha village that day, and killed their son Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't figured out Yefeng's ability until now. Can you turn any object into a bomb? Sarutobi Hiruzen searched through all the ninjutsu books, but found nothing related to it. The closest one is the Iwagakuer explosion style. But that explosion style is fundamentally different from Yefeng's explosion style. The explosive capacity of the latter is more complex, diverse, and lethal. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief. To calm the anger in my heart. That's all. Just catch him in this encirclement and suppression, and study him slowly in the future. In the conversation of several people. Not much. The Iwagakuer ninja troops also arrived. Onaki pretended to be very realistic. Fully armed, flying at the forefront of the team. Followed by Huangtu and several jonins in the village. And behind them, there is a large group of Iwagakuer ninja troops, densely packed, at least 7 or 8,000 people. Old man Onoki, were you also tricked by the third Hokage? Are that many ninjas sent at once? Together with him, in the army of the Kingdom of the Wind. Orochimaru and Kabuki have taken out 2 straggling sand shinobi and successfully disguised themselves in their likeness. Orochimaru laughed and said hoarsely. This amount is not too much for the earth of the earth. The land of the land has a large population. Because the third Tsuchikage has been in power for several decades and has maintained the stability and unity of the village, so many ninja can be raised. Orochimaru's theory is correct. For the stability and prosperity of a people or a country, the most important factor is not territorial expansion or economic development, but stability. As long as there is no war, as long as there is no internal friction in the village for decades, even the barren land can breed a large number of ninjas. Earth is the best example. In terms of geographic environment. Among the 5 great nations, the Fire Kingdom is the best, And the Wind Kingdom is the worst. Earthland. The environment can only rank third and fourth. The entire territory of the land of Earth is covered with Gobi Desert, towering mountains, and rugged terrain. All of these can be called hostile environments. But despite this, the land of the Earth has bred a huge number of ninjas. Even, during the Third World War of that year, the land of Earth did not hesitate to use 10,000 rock shinobi to assassinate the Third Reich. You can imagine his enormous strength. And this is all due to the Third Tsuchikige's continued and stable unity over the years. Throughout Iwagakure, since the Third Tsukikige came to power 50 or 60 years ago, there has been no moth. The entire town is united in support of the Tsukikige government. All policies are deployed in one step. It is even more unlikely that there will be a tragedy like Konoha, where a large number of talented ninjas were framed to death or exiled from the village due to power struggles. You seem to be very punctual. I'm still worried that the siege is actually a trap. After getting closer to the two, Onoji began to show off his acting skills. Among the ninja brought by Iwagakure at this time, only Huangtu knows the inside story of Onoki's betrayal. But Onoki himself was already prepared to withdraw. Wait until the time comes. He immediately withdrew from the scene with 8,000 Iwagakure men. Let these two idiots die alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked, why didn't your granddaughter come? You mean the Black Land? Of course, she stays in Iwagakure to preside over the overall situation for me. I'm not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed dryly, okay, arrange troops to station them at the location and officially attack Rain Shinobi Village tomorrow morning. Xiao's organizational base. After obtaining the map provided by Third Tsuchikige, Pain began ordering the members in an orderly fashion to prepare for the enemy. Although the land will not participate in the war this time, the joint efforts of the two countries should not be underestimated. The opponent's coalition forces have at least 10,000 people, so it is necessary to attack with all members. Base room. Naruto, Kakashi, Tsunade, etc. are ready. I didn't expect to start a war with Konoha so soon, our luck seems to be a bit bad. Shizun said nervously. But Tsunade's face was full of resentment. Shizun, your way of thinking is wrong, not because of our bad luck, but because the Third Hokage is cruel. After we joined the Akatsuki organization, he immediately held the Three Shadows Conference and launched a campaign against us. That third-generation bastard is coming after us. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Shizun and Naruto's complexion changed and became extremely ugly. Damn it, is the Third Hokage so unreasonable? I called him the grandfather of the third generation for so many years in vain. Didn't we live in a different place? Did he kill him so quickly? The Third Hokage is good at dealing with one's own people. Tsunade helplessly shook her head, then gathered in the hallway. At the moment, in the base room of the Akatsuki organization, a noisy battle is taking place. There are two members, one tall and one short. Take a closer look, it's the artistic duo organized by Akatsuki. I said, Senior Xie, how many times does it take me to tell you before you can understand? Art is something that chases after the beauty of a moment. How can you call it art with the pieces of iron in your hands? It's completely rubbish. Hearing Deidara's nonsense, Xie's old face suddenly darkened. After all, you are still too young. Art is something that must be preserved forever. It will slowly shimmer and fade in the experience of time, so that it has a precious atmosphere. Fleeting things like yours will not can call that at all art. I think Senior Scorpion should be in the same group as Kakuzu, because the likes of seniors should be very close. I have said it all, you are too young and your crude explosive ninjutsu is not worthy of being called art at all. Drink. Senior Scorpion's garbage is still the same. Don't you smell it? The puppet you showed last time still smells like feces. You didn't clean it at all. Asshole, that's the smell of lubricating oil, Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The two artists quarreled bitterly. There is a slight tendency to evolve towards violent conflict. What happened? Kakashi leaned in and asked in surprise. Kakuzu's face twitched, and he cursed under his breath, these two idiots, both of them think that their own skills are art, and now they're criticizing each other's skills. They're obviously both rubbish. Tsunade frowned slightly, walking up to the two and asking with interest, by the way, I don't know what kind of ninjutsu you two use, can you show us? When Deidara heard it, he was immediately excited, yes, yes. Big sister Tsunade, you have a lot of experience and knowledge, come to judge and see which of us is the best art. Say it. Deidara opened his fanny pack, took out the clay and chewed it in his mouth in the palm of his hand. Art or not, Tsunade doesn't know, anyway, the two mouths in Deidara's hand made Tsunade's scalp tingle. After a few seconds, Deidara's bomb takes shape. After letting go of the white clay bird, Deidara clasped his fingers together and yelled. To drink. The clay bird exploded in response, sending a bright spark into the air. Explosion style. Not bad. Tsunade nodded, then looked at Scorpio. You should be Cho's grandson, right? According to this, you should use puppets. So I still have to prove it? It's my mistake to compare myself to an idiot like Deidara. Scorpion responded coldly. Hey, Senior Scorpion, I've already shown it. Don't tell me you want to run away. Are you afraid? Old C's face twitched, and after thinking for a while, he made up his mind. Well anyway, you'll find out sooner or later, you'll let yourself see my true face. Boom. As soon as the words fell, there was a crunch from C's body. The buckles and screws on that huge scorpion-shaped puppet began to loosen. A moment later, Shang Yun's uniform wrapped around the puppet was torn apart, opening a gaping hole in its back. A boy with pink hair and a handsome face stood out from the puppet. Seeing C's true colors revealed, everyone was shocked. Who are you? I am a scorpion, this is my real body. Scorpion said something very calmly. At this time, the entire base was silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Why did the Scorpion man in his 40s break out with a childish face? Hey, this guy's painting style is different from ours. Naruto rubbed his eyes hard. Impossible, they all have pink hair, but this Scorpion is cuter than little Sakura. Deidara also had a sluggish look on his face, and his entire body wasn't right. Because this Scorpion is more handsome than him. This is my body. I have completely transformed into a puppet, so my body will not age. And the modified Scorpion puppet you usually see is called Filia Hua. It's also one of my favorite pieces. Xie began to demonstrate Filia Hua's structure to everyone. The left and right hands are oddly shaped knives. On the back is a huge strange human face. Grimace's big black mouth protruded and twitched freely, and there was also a scorpion tail made of steel. Fei Liu is a puppet transformed from a human body. First, the internal organs are removed, then the skin is peeled and washed, and finally treated with embalming. In short, compared to your low-end explosive ninjutsu, my techniques are more complicated. It is also more artistic. Scorpion is proud. Deidara was silent. Because, Ren'Xie's puppet is indeed more artistic than his bomb in terms of craftsmanship and ornamental quality. Whether your bombs can set off colored flames is another matter. The key. It can't be done. But in this moment, everyone was in awe at the time that the Scorpion was a puppet. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly came from the training ground. What happened? Everyone was shocked and rushed to check. Now is the time when the war is imminent, and everyone is afraid that the enemy will attack their gate. So everyone's nerves are tense. But when everyone got closer, they found out that Ye Feng made the explosion. At this time, Yefeng was squatting on the ground. And in front of him, was a steel giant almost 2 meters tall. The whole body is made of gray-white iron sheet, presenting a human shape. The arms, legs, and feet have some complicated mechanical structures, which appear to be weapons. The moment they saw the steel giant, everyone was dumbfounded. Xie took out a puppet just now, and Yefeng has another one? Can you make puppets too? Yefeng, what is this, what is this? Deidara ran over in a panic. Man, what a show the iron giant is. It's bigger than Xie's crimson amber. In addition, the shape is more complex and the structure is more. Yefeng put down the wrench and wiped the sweat from his brow. This is called Mark's first battle suit. Battle suit? Can this be used? Scorpion asked surprised. Of course, Deidara, you can help me. Under Yefeng's command, Deidara frantically raised the steel suit into the air. Yefeng put it on after wasting his old strength. Also, some parts of the 317 are not fully wrapped. For example, your hands, you should wear a pair of thick gloves. Ah, it seems inconvenient. The scorpion's eyeballs twitched slightly. Aren't you talking nonsense? The scarlet amber of yours is easy to use because your body has been modified and is full of ports. Can you let a normal person use it? Scorpion was unable to refute Yefeng's words. Because the scorpion is a puppet body, it has no sense of touch, is not afraid of poisonous gas and hypoxia, and its joints can move freely. So you can roll into a ball and get stuck inside the puppet. You can't do it with a living person. This Mark I combat suit has a power of 250 horsepower and is equipped with various weapons such as rocket injection devices, incendiary bombs, and machine guns. Yefeng demonstrated to everyone as he spoke. With a wave in the air, the steel arm of the battle suit struck a crack in the wall. Then he raises his hand and pulls the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da-ml. A burst of intensive artillery fire suddenly resounded. The steel target in the distance was directly pierced with 50 or 60 large holes. This. A group of people were dumbfounded. Just drill steel? What kind of technique is this? The power is almost catching up with an A-level ninjutsu. Achch! Boom! Opening the door, 2 dazzling flame dragons shot out from both of Yefeng's wrists in an instant. Fire style. Kakashi was surprised and the others nodded in agreement. This suit should seal some ninjutsu inside and release it when necessary. For residents of the ninja world with backward technology, this is the only explanation they can think of. Scientific ninjutsu or something like that. After a few minutes. After the test, Yefeng got out of the suit with great difficulty. But Deidara, Xie, and others by his side were envious. Especially the scorpions. This first-generation battle suit is completely different from his puppet. Although from a modeling point of view, the Mark generation looks a bit crude. But if you look at it with the eyes of an expert, the standard of this battle suit is very high. Because it integrates so many functions and can be used by ordinary people too. Those scorpion puppets can't be used by ordinary people. Steadying his mind, Xie seemed to have made up his mind and walked over to Yefeng. Yefeng, did you make this puppet, the battle suit? Yefeng smiled slightly, no comment. Scorpion gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, then you can transfer it to me. I heard the words. A hint of surprise appeared on Yefeng's face. What do you want it for? Scorpion's face was very calm. He calmly explained, as an artist and a collector, when you come across a good collection, your first thought is how to put it down. I really like this armor called Mark Generation, and I want to add it to my collection. Yefeng frowned and said, so how much do you plan to pay? Everything will be fine. Yefeng dragged his chin thoughtfully, and after a while, he said, how about exchanging it with your third Kaze cage puppet? Hearing this, Xie's eyes twitched slightly and her heart clenched a little. Yefeng, this guy, does he even know these kinds of things? Let me think about it. Scorpio is in a difficult situation of choice. Third Cage, who is a puppet that he loves very much and is proud of his collection. It would be a bit distressing to just exchange it like that. But, as the saying goes, if the old does not go, the new does not come. There are gains and losses. In order to glimpse the mystery of Mark's suit, Xie decided to part ways with him. Okay then, I'll deal. Xie took out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it over to Yefeng. That is the scroll that seals the third Cage golem. After the delivery, Scorpion immediately donned the Mark I battle suit for testing. Clang clang clang. Walk normally. Punch, squat. All human actions can be perfectly reproduced by the Mark suit. This is really powerful technology. Scorpion was amazed in his heart. The technical content of this brand battle suit is far beyond your imagination. Hundreds of times more complicated than puppets. How to activate the technique that can penetrate the iron sheet at this time? Scorpion asked. Aim first, then pull the wrench on the finger of your right hand. Scorpion did, but there was no response. Yefeng frowned, thinking that the bullet was stuck. He jumped up to check. Oh, no more bullets. Bullet? What do you mean? It's just that this technique has been invalidated and cannot be released. Very good. Buy everything, and Scorpio can only accept it. What about fire style? Why can't it be cast? The Scorpion frantically pulled another trigger, but the two fire dragons that Yefeng sprayed just now did not reappear. Right after spraying two small fireballs from the nozzle, it missed. Yefeng walked over to check again. Oh, sorry, I'm out of gas too. Gasoline? What does that mean? Even this fire style technique is invalidated, it can't be cast anymore. Scorpion. Tsunade. Deidara. They were all stupefied. 171. Co-author Scorpion spent a lot of money to buy it back, it's a waste product. Deidara couldn't help but be one. Scorpion's face is also not very attractive. I always feel like I've been ripped off. However, just when everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, Yefeng suddenly took out a scroll from his chest. Then a shot, and a huge platform went off. In the middle of the platform, there is also a pair of silver battle clothes. There are only ordinary people in the world. This is. They were all amazed. Due to this platform, it is full of technology sense. Mechanical arm, iron pedal. As soon as Yefeng stepped on his front foot, some arms disassembled the pair of silver battle clothes, and then equipped him in an orderly fashion. This is Mark II. What? And second generation. At this time, a physiological reaction that should not have appeared in Scorpion's body and has been lost for many years, meat pain. What the hell, does Mark's suit actually have second generation? Also, the difference between the second generation and the first generation is not ordinary. Compared to the second generation, the first generation is like a test job. It looks like it was custom made from a pile of leftover materials. The corner of Scorpion's mouth twitched slightly. In his life, he had never been so deceived. I feel that Yefeng just took a junk product to sell as a baby. The key is that he was deceived. Yefeng, can I return the product? Xie asked tentatively. Yefeng chuckled, of course not. Scorpion. At the moment. Pain, who had been secretly preparing at the base, finally appeared, attached to the air, and spoke to everyone. Everyone, the time for the decisive battle has come. Our enemies have now landed on the edge of the land of rain. This is my hometown, and it is also the hometown of the displaced people. Those traitors are not allowed to trample on it. Let's attack head-on and let the enemy feel the suffering of the world. Everyone, follow me to fight. At the same time, The union of the two countries of wind and rain. Chang'e was about to pass by, and the corner of the sky was gradually stained with a white fish belly. The Akatsuki Chapter took off at a height of 10 meters above the ground, silently observing everything on the ground, waiting for the opportunity. But the other two shadows, the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, didn't notice anything abnormal at all. They were both recharging their batteries in their respective tents, preparing for the upcoming battle. Master Orochimaru, should we stand down? In a shop of the Sand Shinobi troops, Yakushi Kabuto conspires with Orochimaru in a low voice. They just snuck in to take a look this time, but they weren't planning on going to the battlefield. If we don't fold, we'll really fight later, and if we don't raise, we'll raise. Orochimaru narrowed his snake pupils and said quietly, "Okay, it's time to go now, shall we?" Do nodded, killing intent instantly overflowing on the harmless face of humans and animals. He took out a packet of snake venom smoke powder from his arms and sprayed it into the air. Before long, 17 or 18 arena shinobi in the entire shop immediately passed out. Orochimaru decisively killed a few people, captured a few people alive as experimental samples, sealed them in scrolls, and immediately sneaked away. However, just as the two of them escaped from the camp area, a strange strong wind suddenly swept across the entire camp. What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind all of a sudden? Orochimaru was battered by the wind and sand, and had to squint slightly. He suspected it was a sandstorm from the land of winds, which happened to be hit by them. However, just as Orochimaru was feeling excited, suddenly, the face of the person next to him suddenly changed. As if seeing a supernatural event, Do's eyes widened uncontrollably, and his expression was distorted. Master Orochimaru. Huh? Is there something wrong? You, look at the sky. Looking in the direction of the pocket finger, Orochimaru's snake eyes also widened in horror in an instant. The whole person almost knelt down. Because at this time, at an altitude of about 50 meters from the ground. A floating city. No, it should be a large piece of land. Let alone as big as 3 football fields. What happened? What's that in the sky? Is that a city? What's with such a big dust? It's caused by that city. At this time, the ninjas in other camps also discovered the strangeness. See that vast expanse of land in the sky? Because all the sand and dust fell from that huge piece of land. It's like ashes fell from the sky. Everyone's eyesight was disturbed, and the dust particles floating in the air made it difficult to keep their eyes open. But at this time, some ninja deeply explored and discovered the true appearance of that city. After clearly seeing the main body of the city, some people knelt down on the spot. The rest are terrified, hoarse screams. That's the Iwagakuwa camp. The Iwagakuwa camp, the entire camp has been emptied. Floating in the sky. Akatsuki. It's the Akatsuki Onoji. He got away with his shoulders. This moment. The entire camp area, tens of thousands of ninjas, erupted with piercing noises. Exclamation, exclamation. Exclamation, exclamation. The Akatsuki actually took hundreds of acres of land and ran away. How dare you believe this? Onaki, you bastard. You actually ran away. On the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Luosha were dumbfounded when they saw the rock shinobi army flying farther and farther. They have calculated thousands of times, and have counted down to this last step. I thought everything was safe and I had a chance to win. 0 asterisk. But how could he have imagined that this old thing, Onaki, would actually empty out the entire camp and flee against a city? I definitely used the ultra-lightweight technique. Onaki, you bastard. Damn it. On the Konoha side, Yuhihong, Ibiki, and the others eagerly insulted her. Gaara, Temari, Cho, and others of the Sand Shinobi stared at the sky stupidly, with a puzzled expression. They have seen people run, and they have seen ninjas run away. But I have never seen a village, carrying the entire army, carrying tens of thousands of tons of land, running collectively. To escape, fly directly over the top of the city. Good. The scene is one big chaos. Especially after Onoki carried the city and flew a certain distance, the sand and gravel in the sky also decreased. Many ninja from the coalition saw the scene in the sky and knelt down on the spot. 0. Can you still play like this? Can this battle really be fought? And at the moment, it is raining on the streets of Shinobi Village. A group of villains dressed in Changyun uniforms bathe in the rain and gather towards the target location. Look. What is that? Naruto was the first to discover the clue. There was a huge piece of land floating in the sky, and there were a lot of people standing on it. That seems to be the third Akatsuki. After everyone found out the truth, everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. Is this how the third Akatsuki escaped? Take the city and run straight? Do you want to be so crazy? This is so. Yefen was also dumbfounded. For a moment, he even suspected that he had traveled to the soul of the Sky City. For another moment, he felt like he had traveled to the world of Journey to the West. The stinking monkeys stopped the city. This big wild wood, I don't want to be too exaggerated. After Chi-Chi knelt down for a while, Pain finally reacted. Broke. Guys, our allies, you have done your part to bring the enemy to your lips. And what we have to do is completely destroy it. After finishing speaking, Pain looked at Yefen. The latter moved his hand gracefully, pulling out a long thin crack in the air. Then the crack widened, and the chaotic shadowy space of the black cavity parted. Hands in hand, Yefen made the first move. Then Pain, Konan, Kakashi. All the villains' troops catch up. The other side. The border of the Land of Rain. The coalition forces are gathering on the scene, and the situation has become extremely chaotic. Master Hokage, what should we do? Yuhi Hong and the others seemed helpless. It was clear that they had all agreed to attack the Akatsuki organization together, but the third generation shadow actually ran into the city. To fight now or not to fight? 4. The third Hokage pondered for a bit. If the three ninja villages join forces, they will win against the Akatsuki organization. But now that Iwagakure, which has the largest number of people, actually ran away, things are hard to say. It's hard to say. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face sank, and he asked Ubuxi and others to rally the troops. Everyone. There is an unexpected situation right now, I think everyone knows. The third Akatsuki fled. Our manpower is greatly reduced. To be safe, let's not fight this battle. Everyone came up with the fastest speed to prepare supplies, only weapons and water were taken away, and then 580 immediately evacuated the scene. For a moment, thousands of people in Konoha responded to the order and retreated at desperate speed. Nima, it's impossible not to retreat. Anamu ran away with his people, which means the encirclement and suppression plan has made a big mistake. Never take a risk. Because Konoha called all the best ninjas in the village this time. Once the group is destroyed, it means that the entire Konoha village will be destroyed directly. Seeing that Konoha didn't discuss it with himself, he frantically withdrew. Both Luosha and Joe had ugly faces. Onaki, this bastard, actually interrupted the plan, and lightning will be formed between the land of the land and the land of the wind. That old fox Sarutobi actually emptied the scene so quickly. Konoha's escape velocity is very impressive. The main thing is that Konoha has strong financial resources, so it did not take equipment such as tents, pots and bowls with it. Instead, it is the Sand Shinobi side. Because the town is poor and supplies are scarce, some leftover materials have to be collected and removed. Still. And Sand Shinobi ran to the Konoha camp to get something. At the border of the rain realm, in the blink of an eye, only the great cloth equipment of the wind realm was left. But in this moment, penis. A dull tugging sound from space came from the sky. All the sand shinobi present couldn't help but look up. In the hazy sky with flying yellow sand, a huge tooth-shaped crack unfurled noisily. So, a member of the Akatsuki organization with a cold face came out of the air and stood in the sky. This. All of the arena shinobi were collectively silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, with expressions of panic and terror. What's that? The sky was shattered. It's the Akatsuki organization. Those people are the Akatsuki organization. Luo Shacho and the others were stunned. Because, from the landing line of the coalition forces to the Rain Shinobi village, there are at least dozens of kilometers away. It stands to reason that there is no reason for the Xiao organization to find them first. But the reality is that they actually took the initiative to come to the door. Very bad. This is not good. I didn't expect to be discovered by them first. That Onoji bastard must have leaked the news. He's in cahoots with the Akatsuki organization. A group of jonin from Sand Shinobi are in mourning. It was agreed to play as a team, but the boss came out as soon as the teammates left. Do you want to be so unlucky? Didn't they say that the third Hokage and the others are coming too? People. Naruto looked down at the ground in surprise. Right now, there is only a group of Sand Shinobi standing on the ground in a daze. None of the acquaintances in Konoha's hometown. I should have run by now, the third Hokage's speed is quite fast. Yefeng felt it with observation haki. The Konoha army is already dozens of kilometers away at this time, and they are almost running at eating speed. It is estimated that when Onoji flew carrying the soil, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already expected that he had colluded with the Akatsuki organization. So, that's why the people of Konoha retreated without even removing their tents. Now it seems that only Sand Shinobi was kept in the dark. After all, 4th Kazekage is still too young to be played by two old foxes. Ninjas without Konoha. Alright. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are all rebellions, Tsunade's rebellion is quite rational. Unlike Erzuzi who disowns all relatives. Tsunade's only enemies are those old men, and it's hard for her to fight against the common Konoha shinobi fighters. So what should we do now? Continue to fight. All eyes were on the face of Leader Pain. At this time, Pain's face was not very handsome. In the Akatsuki organization before, when making a declaration of war, what Pain said was full of passion, and the atmosphere developed very well. Result. After rushing to the scene, there is only one group left. The most destructive Konohas have fled. Pain's face was calm, and he looked at the ground. Idiot invaders, if you give up right now, I can still let you live. Surrender. Pain's words seemed to hit Tamari's pain point. She waved her steel fan, pointed to the sky, and cursed angrily. A group of rogue ninjas, dueling dogs in the ninja world, want us to surrender? Have the ability to come down and talk. Pain did not reply, his face was still cold. If you go down, you definitely won't be able to go down. Because once you're gone, the force is gone. The atmosphere is also directly ruined. Yefeng, on the other hand, doesn't care if he is obligated or not. He put his hands in his pockets, fixed the air in the shape of a ladder and descended step by step. Every time Yefeng took a step, Tamari's hand was tightly clenched. To the rest of the Sand Shinobi, his breath is also a bit short. What kind of technique is this? Seeing Yefeng walking on the ground as if walking on the ground, even the well-informed Cho couldn't remember it. Click. After taking the last step, Yefeng's feet landed on the ground. But at this time, no one on the scene dared to attack. They all held their weapons vigilantly, not daring to move in the slightest. Feng scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. It seems to be overlooking a group of lowly creatures. After a while, he said slowly, I give you a chance. If you give up now and return to the Shunxiao organization, you will not die. Feng Yingluosh's face darkened. Little ghost, do you know what you're talking about? How could the majestic country of the wind bow down to a terrorist organization? You really underestimated us. Ye Feng, hey. How can I say that you are stupid? Do you think that Sand Shinobi can fight us with his strength? Are you overestimating your own strength? Luo Sha's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. But Temeri at his side couldn't stay still. As soon as Fury stepped onto the 5.1 ground and fixed his legs, Temeri slapped Ye Feng with a wind-style scythe. Attack a wind-style scythe. Fierce hurricanes danced from Temeri's fan, creating massive chopping waves in the blink of an eye. The invisible violent wind blade is like a crescent-shaped sickle weasel, blowing straight at Ye Feng. But at this moment, Ye Feng was not moving at all. His expression did not change at all, and he was not even going to hide for a while. Boom! There was a harsh crack. The ground behind Ye Feng was easily split into pieces, and the sand and gravel on the ground were also cut into cracks. The smoke cleared. Everyone is nervous about the usual front. In his opinion, Ye Feng should have been hanged at this time, and his arms and legs could have been cut off. However, Ye Feng was still there calmly. And, unharmed. This. Temeri stopped where she was, unconcealed surprise on her face. Did I miss something? Temeri bit her lip slightly and cast wind style several times. Attack a wind style scythe. Wind style crazy roll kill. Wind style gust of air. The successive wind styles opened up the ground around Ye Feng. But he himself was still there calmly. Hands in pockets, flat expression. And unscathed. Bastard. Is this guy's body made of steel? Temeri scolded him anxiously, the whole person was stupid. She had already exerted her full strength, but the opponent didn't even move. Is this the power gap? Temeri, back off and let us do it. Two Arena Jonin shinobi stepped forward, using joint ninjutsu. Head fire style. Wind style damage. The wind helps the fire, and the powerful fire style, combined with the wind style, breaks out unparalleled destructive lethality, and the coverage area is greatly improved. The air in the entire scene was burned in an instant, and the hurricane rolled up a sea of flames and rushed into the sky, burning half of the sky red. Spicy and astringent. In the sky. With a muffled cry, Pain used the Shenloshan Zen to dispel the sea of flames in the sky with revulsion. After the smoke cleared, the situation on the field became clear. Ye Feng looked up in surprise. 09 Pain replied with a flat expression, as the leader, I have no reason to let you fight alone. Say it. Akatsuki organized a group of people to descend from the sky. Kakashi, Tsunade, Konan, Pain. Although there are not as many people as Sand Shinobi, they are very aggressive. Just standing here, even if there is a burst of majesty, it is chilling. I didn't expect that after copying the ninja Kakashi, even you Tsunade would rebel. Seeing the lineup arranged by Akatsuki, Cho, and the others were a bit at a loss. Copy ninja Kakashi, medical saint Tsunade, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And so many invisible faces. There is also a silver iron giant. It seems that the opponent's fighting power is amazing. Old woman. Didn't you think you were still alive? Tsunade's first words when they first met nearly made Cho vomit blood in anger. What the hell, at least he was an opponent in the past, haven't you heard of heroes who appreciate heroes? Tsunade, you are depraved, and you actually join this kind of organization. Have you developed your dignity as a medical saint? Tsunade was about to answer, but a voice rushed over to help her answer. Old lady. After so many years, Your ideas are still so pedantic. Cho was wondering about the source of the voice, while Scorpion here took the initiative to open Marquis's mask. See the familiar face of your own grandson. Cho was filled with excitement. Indeed, have you transformed into a puppet? Of course, this is the ultimate puppet art, isn't it the same for you? Cho sneered, but my taste isn't bad enough that I can make those kinds of clumsy puppets. Your craft has regressed, Siet. Scorpion could not refute the sentence. Don't talk about Cho complaining, she wants to complain herself. The Mark I that Yefeng sold him is really complicated. I didn't encounter any problems when it was on the base before, but now after wearing it down, all sorts of things don't work. If you walk an average of 10 steps, the track will get stuck once. The steel connected to the joints has not been polished well, as if it was welded from scrap. As for bullets, gasoline. Then forget it. This Mark I is basically a one-time consumable. It is estimated that he can only fight for a few minutes, and then he has to be thrown away. Everyone, stop talking nonsense. If there is a reminiscence, please wait until after the battle is over. Kakashi urged, then removed the blindfold to reveal the Sharingan. The rest of the people also put a stand. All. Yefeng stepped forward, without looking back, and ordered everyone. I will only say one thing, please keep it in mind, it is related to your life and death. In combat, absolutely. No. Strip. You've understood. They all looked at each other, only Deidara and Naruto answered out loud, understood. Say it. The entire Akatsuki team was scattered in an instant. Take on the shinobi army of Arena. The fourth Kazekage Logosha, with both hands waving in seals, manipulates the yellow sand on the surface to unleash large-scale ninjutsu. Quicksand waterfall secret technique. Instantly, the dense yellow sand swept towards the Xiao organization with overwhelming force. The entire ground, like a flood breaking a bank, spewed out yellow sand. Humph. A little trick. The ghost shark charged and jumped, jumping into the air force. So clap your hands. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Rattle. A large amount of water comes out of the ghost shark's mouth, forming violent sea waves superimposed one after another. The raging and roaring waves overlapped, directly forming a sheet of water. This guy is Kyubi Kisame, known as the Tailless Beast. After Kisame put away the ninja, the yellow sand that was originally summoned by Logosha was abruptly erased. The desert has turned into a swamp. Everyone, be careful with the soles of your feet. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Cho, the puppeteer hiding in the dark, manipulated a 3-meter-tall beast-like puppet to emerge from the ground. Under Cho's command, the puppet was as flexible as a living thing. From 10 meters away, it opened its mouth wide and spit out poisonous needles as small as cow hair. Earth-style earth flow wall. Kakuzu seemed to have expected it a long time ago. A heart burst, spitting out a thick wall of dirt in front of him to block the poisonous needle. But in this short moment, the sand around Kakuzu began to dent. Then a dozen sand shinobi, who were manipulating puppets, jumped out with their own puppet weapons. Attention everyone. The scary thing about puppeteers is that they can attack from any position and angle, regardless of human body structure. Also, be careful with poisoning, master puppeteers are the best at poisoning. Once you're cut by a puppet weapon, come here immediately for treatment. Tsunade and Shizen were at the end of the battlefield, reminiscing aloud. Until now, the people of the Akatsuki organization felt the preciousness of Tsunade's union. There's obviously an extra babysitter. Old lady, it seems that this battle is our fateful duel. Scorpion, dressed in the Mark I battle suit, stood up and faced Cho. Since it's you, then I can't keep up my strength. With a straight face, Cho pulled the scroll out of her sleeve and slapped him. Immediately. 10 humanoid puppets of different sizes came out of the air. Floating in the air, like the stars supporting the moon, protecting Cho. This is. Xia looked at the various humanoid puppets in front of him, his face slightly twitching. By tricks Kinmatsu 10 people. Cho kept the earlier kindness and said seriously, the puppeteer's ultimate technique 10-finger puppets, it's perfect to use them to end this battle. Cho hit her finger. In the next instant, 10 puppets directly attacked the scorpion. These 10 puppets were carefully designed by first-generation puppeteer Manzaman, using the highest quality human materials. Now controlled by a superior puppeteer like Cho, his movement speed is comparable to that of an elite jonin. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xia's eyes. Ka 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 ka. The bodies of the 10 people twisted strangely, and countless green poisonous needles suddenly shot towards the scorpion. Scorpion subconsciously reached out his hand to block it. But at this critical moment, the track in the hand joint got stuck again. Ding! 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 The poisonous needles collided with the Mark I battlesuit, and bounced like raindrops, falling to the ground. But there are also quite a few poisonous needles that directly pierce the body of the scorpion. 4. Seeing this scene, not only Scorpio, but even Cho felt a bit embarrassed. What's happening? Golem malfunction? Scorpion tugged at the mechanism in his hand and tested it. This time I can move again. Come on, there was a little problem just now. The battle started again. This time, Scorpio is in better condition than before. He did 4 or 5 actions in a row. So, stuck again. Click. The scorpion wearing the Mark I battlesuit staggered and half-kneeled on the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift that foot. This time the track on the foot is completely broken. Scorpion, what kind of junk did you build? Cho looked stunned. I thought my grandson, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, would bring out a scary puppet to fight her, but it turned out to be so trendy. Strike 3 times, down. Before he could make any effort, the opponent fell on his own initiative. Even the pores on the scorpion's face at this time are ugly. I bought a waste product at a high price, and it turned out to be so useless. It's okay if you don't look good, but if you don't wear it, it will affect the battle. If it was someone else carrying Mark I, Yefeng would have already been tricked to death by Yefeng. At the moment. Suddenly, a black figure descended from the sky. The enormous force of impact when it landed sent Cho and her 10 people flying several meters away. Xia, what's wrong with you? I haven't seen you for a few minutes, how have you changed? Hearing Yefeng's lines, Xia nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Good boy, what made me shoot like that, haven't you figured it out yet? There's something wrong with your suit. Scorpion said with a dark face. Okay, I know there's a problem, so I'll change it for you temporarily. With a thought, Yefeng quickly formed seals with his hands and then hit the ground, summoning technique Mark battlesuit assembly platform. A burst of space waves floated on the ground. A large mechanical assembly platform with a platform, mechanical tentacles, and even a computer screen slowly emerged from the ripples in space. Goes up. Yefeng looked at him, and Xia stood in surprise in the middle of the platform. The mechanical arm then began to assemble a red and gold armor onto his body. Why is it different from what you used last time? Xia vaguely remembered that the last time Yefeng wore a silver model. It is now golden red. How many suits does he have? This is the 3rd generation, with a weapon system, you can win the battle quickly. Say it. Yefeng half closed his eyes. So. He pulled a scroll from his sleeve. Elder Cho, this opportunity is rare, so I will let you meet my fellow villagers. This is the reunion ceremony I prepared for you. Yefeng struck out with one hand, and a burst of white smoke exploded from the scroll. Immediately, A figure that is extremely familiar to all arena shinobi appeared in front of them. Third Kazekage. He is the third Kazekage who has been missing for many years and has nowhere to go. This. Joe exclaimed, it turns out that the third Kazekage was killed by you. Yefeng smiled, don't talk nonsense, he was killed by your grandson, I just used the scrap. That battle suit just now, and bought it from him. Yefeng handed the third Kazekage puppet to the scorpion. As for himself, he slowly rose into the air and flew in another direction. Orochimaru. The corner of Yefeng's mouth curled up strangely. Just now, when Yefeng was fighting with someone, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Ding. Orochimaru is detected to have entered the siege battlefield. Please make up your mind. 1. Regardless of friend or foe, destroy Orochimaru together and reward the cutting knife Hirin Meru. Asterisk 2. Find a way to win over Orochimaru and reward Black Chamber Crossing Space version. Originally, in the Hokage world, Yefeng particularly liked Orochimaru's talent. Mainly quite perverted. It cannot be killed, and there are many forbidden techniques, ninjutsu, and scientific knowledge. No matter what world, those who are proficient in science are often the most trustworthy. Just like Kurosuke Mayuri and Kambara Kisuke in Shinigami, where others rely on combat power to win, these two rely on brains. In case of difficulties, scientists can be counted on. Because maybe they can take an accessory out of the bag to solve the current situation. From a certain point of view, an excellent scientist is much more reliable than a reckless powerful fighter. So, Yefeng originally planned to win over Orochimaru. In addition, the system reward this time is still an upgraded version of the Black Cavity. System, can this Haikyang Space Crossing Edition enter the Pure Land world? Yefeng asked a question in his mind. That's right, the upgraded version of Haikyang can freely enter and exit the Summoning World, the Pure Land world, or different spaces created by some ninjutsu, such as the special enchantment created by the 4 Otonin ninjas using the Huanquan reincarnation technique. That's good. Yefeng licked his tongue excitedly. You can enter and leave the world of the Pure Land. Doesn't this mean that you will be able to meet Mr. Tongji soon? At the moment. The other side of the battlefield. Disguised as Sand Shinobi, Orochimaru, and Do, who are about to escape, appear bitter. They were already fully prepared, and they were just one step away from jumping. But at that moment, the Akatsuki organization descended from heaven. All Sand Shinobi, go to battle. The two of them also strayed with the crowd and were forced to participate in the battle. Damn, is Kakashi that strong? Orochimaru and Sand Shinobi on this side, face Hatake Kakashi. Originally Kakashi's strength, Orochimaru knew this. It can be comparable to a pocket. But now, Kakashi was able to fight back and forth against a nearly 50-person Sand Shinobi army by himself. Totally exceeded your expectations. This guy. Zhao Hao. How did he do it? The more Orochimaru fought, the more he felt something was wrong. You said that Kakashi can team up with these Sand Shinobi, which is barely understandable. Due to these dozens of Sand Shinobi, most of them are Chunin level. Only 2 are Jonin, and both are very poor Jonin. But the strange thing is that just now Orochimaru disguised himself and fought Kakashi several times, and he was able to fight back and forth. Orochimaru did not release water. Is Kakashi's strength that unfathomable? Just when Orochimaru was confused, suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky. Impartial, she hit the big snake right in front of her. You are. Orochimaru recognized Yefeng at a glance. When the Xiao organization appeared on the stage just now, he was the one who led the team to the forefront. Are you Orochimaru? I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Yefeng's words, the snake's eyes narrowed. My heart jumped wildly. How? How did you recognize him? Orochimaru was extremely surprised. He knows exactly what he looks like now. It's a passerby's face transformed by the transformation technique. It was discovered. Orochimaru was tense, speaking to Yefeng in a low voice. What do you want? Are you here to kill me? Yefeng shrugged. Why should I kill you? I came to seek your cooperation. That. Tou, sorry, we have always acted alone. Mr. Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization before, but due to inconsistent ideas, he resigned. Orochimaru also added, my idea is to pursue infinite knowledge and explore the true meaning of science. It's contrary to your idea of unifying the ninja world, so. Yefeng, it doesn't matter. We make our conquest, you make your technology, and help each other at home, isn't it better? Orochimaru smiled and said grimly, what if I refuse? Yefeng did not reply directly, but after remaining silent for more than 10 seconds, he pointed to the battlefield in the distance and asked with a sigh of relief, do you think that with the strength of the Wind Realm, they will be able to defeat the Akatsuki organization? Of course it's impossible. I still know how powerful the Wind Kingdom is. Without Konoha's help, they're just a bunch of waste. Speaking of Konoha, Orochi 520 Maru was really very angry. He thought the third Hokage was a complete jerk. Konoha obviously has an ultimate ninjutsu that can despise all ninjutsu impure world reincarnation. The third Hokage is actually hidden and not used, but some living people and little devils go to the battlefield instead. Do you want to know, what is impure world reincarnation? All it takes is some DNA from the deceased, plus a living sacrifice, to summon a powerful man with infinite chakra and eternal immune to death. And act exactly in accordance with the pitcher's wishes. Without fatigue, without guilt for the murder. There is no such convenient ninjutsu in the world. Orochimaru often guesses that Konoha only needs one technique, the impure world reincarnation technique, to completely crush the four major kingdoms and even restore peace to the turbulent ninja world. Orochimaru spoke to the third Hokage about this when he was still in Konoha village. His idea is to let the third generation resurrect the Konoha shinobi who died in the story, and then let this reincarnated army group go fight. Or even simpler, directly resurrect the two divine brothers in the legend, let them push themselves to the sides. Directly destroy the other four big countries. Let the ninja world reach a unified state. But in the end, the third generation said angrily, Orochimaru, you are blaspheming the dead. Then he rejected it. Orochimaru guessed that if it weren't for the third generation's brain problems, there was only one reason he would refuse, fear of affecting his mastery. It is estimated that the third generation fears that after resurrecting the second generation from the first generation, they will lose their Hokage status. You must know that the second Hokage is a ruthless person. If he sees that he made the village like this and wiped out his own Senju clan, he'll probably clean up the house on the spot and kill the third generation with his hands. While thinking about it, Orochimaru didn't get angry. I know what you mean. The Akatsuki organization is certainly strong, but you are also fully capable of forcing me into submission. But that way, you can only get my people, not my heart. Don't think that the Akatsuki organization can act recklessly now that they have a large number of people. The real threat is still in the Konoha village. If you use that ninjutsu, even if it's you, you can't escape. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Even though he was in a difficult situation, he still looked at Yefeng playfully. By that, you mean the impure world reincarnation. Hearing this, the color of the snake changed. The entire person was instantly stunned. You, what are you talking about? How do you know this technique? Orochimaru's scalp tingled. Impure world reincarnation, but the forbidden technique of Konoha's forbidden technique. It's been almost 6 or 7,000 since it was last used. In the entire ninja world, only a few Konoha shinobi know about this technique, and even Orochimaru only knew about this technique after reading countless documents, ajta, and researching history. And Yefeng Who the hell are you? How do you know such a thing? Orochimaru became nervous. It's nothing, I not only know, I can still use it. Orochimaru was completely stunned. But after a while, he was relieved. According to his research, most of the ninjutsu used by Yefeng is beyond common sense. For example, the space-tearing black cavity technique, the air-treading technique. Also in Konoha village the rice that turned Asuma into a bomb. 0933124009 Filu 0701703000. I let you see the strength of the Xiao organization, not to intimidate you, but to let you know who the real big ship is now. You want to be an underground scientist who is secretly followed by spies sent by various powers all day long, secretly conducting personal experiments. Or do you want to be the chief scientist of the most powerful organization in the ninja world, ignoring all the rules and chasing the truth? Cooperate with me to kill the third Hokage, purge high-level Konoha, control Konoha village, and level the ninja world. All this, as long as you nod, you can have it at your fingertips. In an instant. Time seems to stop. Orochimaru's thoughts were confused at this moment. Doubt, surprise, fear. Various emotions slowly arose in my mind. It seems that all three perspectives have received a devastating blow. He originally thought that Yefeng, a brat, was ordinary and powerful, and that the real mastermind behind the scenes was the leader, Pain, who made the plan. It turns out that Yefeng is the main member of the organization. Have you replaced Pain as the new leader? After thinking for over a minute, Orochimaru's frightened face finally relaxed. Cafe giggle, interesting and interesting. Unexpectedly, among the younger generations in the ninja world, there will be a talent like you. Orochimaru licked his tongue, a look of excitement appearing in the snake's pupils. So, would you like to cooperate with me? Yefeng asked while the iron was hot. Cooperation is possible, but, what benefits can I get? Uchiha attack his body. Yefeng said calmly. Right now, Orochimaru, if you can listen carefully to his chest, you will find that his heart rate is in chaos. Itaki Uchiha. It's a name Orochimaru has been looking at for years and can't sleep at night. Orochimaru dreamed of getting that body. Powerful talents, invincible Sharingan. With these, you will be able to overcome obstacles in the way of pursuing science. Okay, I agree. I hope you can keep your promise. The corners of Yefeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled calmly. Then, first, the plan is like this. After hearing Yefeng's plan, in Orochimaru's two strange serpentine pupils, there was a gleam of shock. Good boy, you actually have such a plan. It seems that the days of the third generation are coming to an end. Orochimaru was ecstatic on the inside. To be honest, after being framed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years, he no longer has the so-called teacher-student relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye when he was useful to the third generation. For example, during the 2 or 3 Ninja World Wars, Orochimaru did many forbidden experiments. But at that time Sarutobi Hiruzen never asked because it didn't affect him. But later, when Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to expel the Sunin from the village to stabilize the Hokage's position, Orochimaru's experiment was suddenly banned. This is called wanting to add a crime. There is no reason to worry about it. Orochimaru really wanted to kill the third generation many times, but he didn't have that strength. And now, the right time, the right place, the harmony of people. Once completed, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived. Then it is settled. From now on, you will follow my orders. Yefeng patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. At the same time, he patted Do on the shoulder. No problem, but after it's done, I can't afford less reward. I want Uchiha attack his body, and I want to go back to Konoha village openly. As long as you do your job well, not to mention these 2 things, it's not a problem for me to add your profile picture to the Hokage sculpture. It's a deal. On Yefeng's side, the acquisition of Orochimaru has been completed. In the center of the battlefield, the battle between Akatsuki and Sand Shinobi is also staged to its climax. Pain, who had been flying towards the center of the anti-battlefield, was thrown back several times after being besieged by thousands of Sand Shinobi, and finally lost his composure. Looks like it's time to use that technique. Pain looked down and saw that countless Sand Shinobi were gathering towards him. He couldn't help but narrow his gaze and jump towards the minister. "Bastard, what do you want?" Luo Sha saw that Pain was unusual and asked loudly. But at this time Pain did not respond to the question. He just moaned silently, plausible words in his mouth. "A bag of rice has to withstand how many floors? A bag of rice has to withstand the second floor. How much does a bag of rice need to pay? A bag of rice needs to be washed. There is mud in the mouth. Who gave you a bag of rice?" Hearing this voice, Yefeng's expression changed drastically. He immediately rushed into the sky at the fastest speed. "Everyone, quickly retreat. Pain is going to bring rice." Everyone in the Xiao organization was stunned for a moment, but none of them responded. "Bring rice? What is that?" "Senior Yefeng, don't scare people, okay?" The sudden words made my hand slip. Among all the members except Konan, who knows the power of this move, there are only Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu. No nonsense, he pulls out the fastest speed and stay away from Pain. Now Yefeng is the god in their hearts. There is no need to give any reason, believe Yefeng's words. Yefeng said to run, so running is correct. If you don't run, something will happen. Next second, Pain in the sky stretched out his arms and extended his fingers. The repulsive force lingers around the body, and a huge invisible barrier breaks out. Spicy and astringent. Noise. In the middle of the sky, the air compressed to make a burst of thunder. A circular crack began to appear in the ground under Pain's feet. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, as if they were torn apart by a huge invisible hand. Then, within a range of 100 meters centered on Pain, the space suddenly vibrated violently, and a large repulsion circle that appeared after that was suddenly suppressed. A deep pit with a width of more than 10 meters is constantly expanding. The desert battlefield, with a radius of 100 meters, turned into a huge bottomless pit. This power is. Countless Sand Shinobi, before they had time to shout, were bounced back by the shinobi's repulsive force and crushed under the sand. Many members of the Akatsuki organization have also suffered. After a while, the dust cleared away and the entire ground turned into a mess of ruins in the blink of an eye. Pain fell to the ground, his expression unchanged. Other members of the Xiao organization dug out of the sand one after another. "Hey leader, why are you using such a big ninjutsu when you don't agree? It almost killed us." "Fortunately, this is a desert, at most it is buried in the sand." Naruto and others complained. But Luo Sha, Temari, Cho, and others, who are the leaders of the Sand Shinobi, were scared to death. What is the situation? What just happened? The catchphrase of carrying rice is also ninja bed? It must be too powerful. It's clear. Bumpkins like Luo Sha have never seen ninjutsu as powerful as Shen Luo Tianzheng. Because most of the ninjutsu in the Wind Realm is small-scale ninjutsu. 0. Looking for flowers. Looking at all of Tsunagakure, it's hard to find an S-rank ninjutsu. Is this the strength of the leader of the Akatsuki organization? He is not on the same level. Is this battle going on? We have so many people that we can't even kill a dozen of them. Everyone in Sand Shinobi is intimidated. Facing a group of opponents whose strength is not even in the same dimension, they simply do not have the courage to fight again. However, at this moment, Gaara, who hasn't shown much in the Sand Shinobi team, slowly stood up. So far, there is only one way. After hearing Gaara's statement, Temari's face changed drastically and she immediately stopped him. "No. That move is too dangerous. You may not be able to change back. I can't go back, could it be, Gaara wants to make sure he run away? Many people have guessed the meaning of Gaara's words. That's right, let the tailed beast run wild. This is now the last resort for the Sand Shinobi. There is no way out. Faced with such a disadvantage, the only way to defeat the opponent is to let Shao'erhi out. It doesn't matter what I become. Everything is for the people. In the sky. Ye Feng, who had silently listened to Sand Shinobi's plan knowingly, frowned and looked wide-eyed after hearing Gaara's self-report. Gaara. Does the Sand Shinobi village also have the so-called Will of the Sand? Luo Xia clenched her fists tightly, as if she was engaged in a psychological fight. Zhou and the other Jonin were also very anxious. Indeed. Letting the Jinchuriki run amok and unleashing one-tail Shao'erhi is the only way to defeat Akatsuki now. But that would be too risky. If Gaara didn't hold that line of defense at the end and was fully occupied by Shao'erhi, then he could never change back. After a while, Luo Xia finally made up her mind. With a firm expression on his face, he said with a trace of pain in his eyes, "This is the only way to do it, this is the last resort. Gaara, if not for the village, even for yourself, you have to hold on." They all withdrew in an instant. Beside Gaara, a huge open space was vacated in the blink of an eye. "Are you ready? Shao'erhi, I'll bother you to deal with them this time." After all, Gaara's hands rose up and quickly formed a peculiar handprint. That is the technique to lift the seal of the false dream. What are they doing? Does he seem to be planning to call one-tail Shao'erhi? Isn't it? Okay, why did you call the tailed beast? That's right, I have to seal it later, I don't really care about the trouble. The people from the Xiao organization quickly gathered in front of the night school. And Gaara's move was discussed with great interest. Seeing this scene, Luo Xia, Gaara, Zhou, and others. They were stunned for a moment. Originally, they let Gaara drop the protective crane just to end the battle. The worst is acting as a deterrent and creating opportunities for others to escape. This should be effective, right? You know, what is a tailed beast? In the ninja world, tailed beasts are weapons of war, and are considered natural and earthly disasters, and those who see them are scared. A normal ninja, whenever he hears that a tailed beast is about to appear in front of him, his first reaction should be to run for his life. No matter how strong 580 is, it is absolutely impossible to face the ninja beast head-on. If a ninja can defeat ninja beasts, why create a seal technique? Why do you need Jinchuriki? But Akatsuki organized this group of people. It seems that it is not scary at all. Hey you bastards, aren't you afraid of Shao'erhi? Zhou fanned the flames. That. Ye Feng stuck his ears out and made a gesture of pretending not to hear clearly. Temari turned pale and said angrily, "Don't think that you are very strong. In the face of tailed beasts, your strength is not worth mentioning at all. In the ninja world, I have not heard of anyone who can fight with tailed beasts. Even you third Hokage is not capable of this either." Ye Feng quickly waved his hand, smiled at Temari, and said, "No problem, you can let go, I can bear it." Listen to this. A group of arena shinobi is dumbstruck. Release it? This type. Oh really? Is he not even afraid of tailed beasts? Both Zhou and Luo Xia felt a bit embarrassed. His original intention was to let Shuhi out and finish the battle. The worst outcome is to sacrifice Gaara. But now, it didn't work. Ye Feng is not afraid of tailed beasts at all. Gaara beside him was silent, an embarrassed expression on his face. As Jinchuriki, Gaara guards the horror of the crane. Shikaku walked through Tsunagakuer multiple times, and each time he was destroyed, nearly destroying the village. It can be said that it is the strongest weapon in the Land of Winds. But now, there was no response from the other party. But The unsealed stamp is half done. It seems that it is unrealistic to let one tail out. Okay, let me show you. The Wind Realm's strongest weapon. Gaara turned his hands over and finished the last seal. Immediately, a bad breath emanated from his body. At the same time, a huge indescribable yellow chakra spurted out violently, and Gaara's entire body directly exploded. Finely sprinkled yellow sand. Extend 100 meters away. A huge cloud of sand and dust covered the battlefield, and everyone felt a palpitation. Here it is, Shao-Er-He. That's it? Gaara released one tail. All of the arena shinobi stepped back in fear, and a group of high-level officials in Luosha also vigilantly took a few steps back. Get out! Get out! I'm finally out! Facing the Akatsuki organization, the quicksand-shaped tailed beasts finally gathered and formed, standing here like a huge yellow sand civet cat. It's One Tail Shao-Er-He. Ow! One Tail, who had just broken the seal, made a shocking opening as soon as he appeared. Excitedly he snapped his giant tail several times and roared. Whoa! Ha ha ha, is this the feeling of freedom? It's been days. It feels so good. Shao-Er-He was very excited. Like Nine Tails, Shao-Er-He was trapped in the Jinchuriki's body for many years, and suddenly saw the light of day. In an instant, all the anger that he had accumulated over many years exploded. And at this moment, the Nine Tails in Naruto's belly also sensed the chakra that was holding the crane. He immediately communicated with the tailed beast chakra, "Idiot Tanuki. Return to the Jinchuriki's body quickly, or you will suffer." Shao-Er-He was making a fuss, and when he heard Nine Tails' voice, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said with disgust, "This voice. It's you, Stinky Fox." Nine Tails and One Tail were originally at odds. Because foxes belong to the canine family, civet cats belong to the cat family. Since ancient times, cats and dogs have been rivals, and the relationship between the two tailed beasts has always been at odds. But in this moment, Nine Tails can't worry about such things before. He is now standing in the position of the same clan, talking to Shuhei, "Tanuki idiot. Did you hear me? Come back quickly or it will be too late." Shao frowned and asked with some surprise, "What are you talking about, Stinky Fox? I got out with great difficulty, how could I come back? Are you showing your head?" Nine Tails gritted his teeth. "You may not know that among the group of people in front of you, there is a boy who has the strength comparable to Senju Hashirama. You will be beaten later." Shao-Er-He's expression became more and more confused. He even wondered if Nine Tails had been imprisoned for too long and his head was broken. "Stinking Fox, I remember you used to be the sexiest and most fearless of us. Now why are you scared like a stray dog?" After Shao-Er-He sneered, a burst of extremely angry roars broke out. Subsequently, take 4 steps and charge towards the location of the Xiao organization with great strides. Every time the huge civet cat stepped on it, it caused an earthquake. Tree! 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 The enormous impact force will turn those sand shinobi who are still too late to run, and those who are shocked will be thrown off their feet. What the fuck, Senju Hashirama? There are no people in this world who can fight us tailed beasts head to head. Nobody can stop me. I'm done talking. Shao-Er-He suddenly stopped running, on all fours on the ground, looking up at the sky and opened his mouth wide. At the same time the huge cat tail behind him stood up. A ball of black energy condensed in front of his mouth. Countless high-density chakra yin and yang attributes converge into one point, and the black energy ball rapidly expands and becomes larger and larger. With the appearance of the tailed beast bomb, a strong oppression and a strong feeling of suffocation filled all the spaces on the battlefield. All of the sand shinobi froze in place. Hey, it's actually a tailed beast bomb. Spoiled. Everybody get down. Shikaku's target is the Akatsuki organization. He intends to end the battle with one shot. 5.3. The members of the Xiao organization surrounded and evacuated the scene as quickly as possible. At this moment in heaven, there is only Ye Feng standing here. Neither humble nor authoritarian, after slowly opening a wound, he stretched out his finger. A tailed beast bomb of this level doesn't even need the thunder gun, 0 is enough. Boom. A strong wind and wave swept in front. The tailed beast bomb exploded a sonic boom like a cannon and shot directly at Ye Feng. But at the same time, on Ye Feng's finger, a huge green and white shockwave burst out from the fingertips. Whoosh! Like the impulse of a swallowing whale, the aura breaks through the Changhong. Instantly. Like an air-splitting hurricane, wherever Wang Su's flashes passed by, he was utterly devastated, like a destructive hurricane slamming into the sky, shattering the boundless blue sky and white clouds. The tailed beast bomb released by one tail shower he was directly scattered. Chakra fragments are scattered all over the sky. The sand shinobi on the scene had puzzled expressions. Just, what happened? Where is the tailed beast bomb? Scattered. Not only sand shinobi, the old-fashioned one is also confused. And, great horror. Bastard, what kind of technique did you use? Ye Feng did not reply, only quietly stretched out his fingers and continued to produce 0. The Ryatsu in the fingertips twists and warps in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if being sucked into a black hole, the volume getting smaller and smaller. But eventually, a massive 0 ray erupts. After hitting Shuhi, there was an explosion that shook the world. Tree. 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 0, who is denser than raindrops, howls madly. It feels like Ye Feng has a machine gun in his hands. Wildly shoot Shikaku. Quick, stop. What kind of technique is this? It hurts a lot. A strange image appeared. I saw the irritable 9 tail shower he who were making the audience angry right now. Now. But he was hit by 0 thrown by Ye Feng. The battlefield was devastated, and the yellow sand flew. All the members of the Xiao organization hid to the side out of fear. And Sand Shinobi here. Rose, Tamari, Kankuro. It was a tacit understanding and he chose to kneel. 3 minutes later. Under the barrage of over 100 0 shots fired by Ye Feng, Shower he rolled his eyes and fainted. The body of the huge-tailed beast was also unable to hold it, and began to condense and gather together. In the end, he returned to Gaara's appearance. Gaara lay on the ground in a daze. He stared at his hands. Who I am? Where I am? What happened? Gaara vaguely remembered that just now, in order to protect everyone in the village, he chose to break the seal and let the tailed beast run away. But what is happening now? What about Shower he? Didn't the fugitive succeed? Tamari, what's going on? Where's Shikaku? Shikaku didn't come out. Gaara asked Tamari, who was kneeling on the ground with a surprised face. Tamari right now. His face was pale and his expression was bored. He looks at Ye Feng in the sky as if he were looking at a ghost. Shower he got out, but he was hit again. Gaara was shocked. He called Shizuru's name out loud in his heart, but there was no response. Yes. Already beaten to the brink of death, I can't even make a sound. This moment. Gaara feels that all 3 views are ruined. That one tail Shower he, who had caused him pain for over 10 years, and would cause confusion if he ran away, was hit so hard that he couldn't even speak. What level of ninja is the other party? In the sky. Ye Feng crossed his hands on his chest and slowly descended. The rest of the members of the Xiao organization, like the stars and the moon, gathered together. Luo Sha has completely lost the will to fight. He suddenly felt so stupid. For a moment just now, I really thought that I could destroy the Xiao organization. The opponent's strength is simply unimaginable. Okay, let's stop fighting needlessly for now. I'm not interested in squashing ants. Yefen looked at Luo Sha indifferently, and all of the Sand Shinobi members were very careful even in breathing. What do you want to do? Temeri swallowed nervously and asked with a shaky voice. I want the Wind Kingdom to submit to our Xiao organization and help me attack Konoha in one fell swoop. Yefen declared the plan without hesitation. Pain next to him looked serious and became a little unhappy again. Forward. Now the plans of the Xiao organization are decided directly by Yefen? When did you plan to attack Konoha? How could he, the leader, not know? Luo Sha gasped, feeling a little palpitation. Attack Konoha. To be honest, this should be the actual thinking of many residents of the Land of Winds. Because in the previous Ninja World Wars, the Land of Wind took too much advantage of the Land of Fire. Assignment of land, compensation. A large number of elite ninjas were killed by Konoha shinobi. Until now, Tsunagakure has not recovered from the last war. Even when Sand Shinobi Village was the poorest, Luo Sand was reduced to using magnet style to mine sand gold to subsidize the village's expenses. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Luo Sha smiled wryly. He hates himself for being incompetent. The majestic fourth Kazekage, the Land of Winds, is now forced to submit to a terrorist organization. Cruel and defenseless. After pondering for a while, Luo Sha agreed to Yefeng's request. Okay, I agree. Starting today, Sand Shinobi Village will become an affiliated group of the Akatsuki organization, following your orders. None of the arena shinobi on the scene dared to rebut. After all, they witnessed Yefeng's strength with their own eyes. A man who can beat a tailed beast in a swoon, what good fruit can there be to resist him? Survival is the most important thing. Then what are you going to do? Konoha village defends itself layer by layer, and there are many masters. It's not easy to defeat them easily. Cho asked throbbingly. Yefeng smiled frankly, of course you don't need to bother, there are only two things you need to do. First, continue to pretend to be allies with the five major powers, and don't let them reveal news of alliances with us. Second, he negotiates with the Fire Nation and begins the Chunin exam. It's easy to destroy Konoha, and Pain can do it once by casting Shenluo Tianzheng. But if you want to pocket Konoha from head to toe, let the common people support you, and let the Konoha elite work for you, you have to spend a little tricks. And the Chunin exam is a good opportunity. After Yefeng told Luo Sha about the specific matters, he opened his black tongue and prepared to leave the scene. Hey, wait a minute. Yefeng's sleeve was pulled by someone. Looking back, it was Temeri. What is your name? Temeri's complexion was filled with hate, but there was also a strange emotion mixed into it. Fear. To adore? Gratitude. Yefeng couldn't tell. My name is Yefeng. Okay, remember. Chunin exam. Organizational basis. Tsunade crossed her legs, lying on her back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Everything is fine, it feels like lying like this, and my chest is a little tight. It's really something nostalgic. I remember that it's been more than 10 years since I left Konoha village and I don't know what the current exam is like. The Chunin exam, the Genin to Chunin exam, is held twice a year. Generally speaking, it is an important occasion for major countries to observe their national strength. But this year's Chunin exam is quite special. Because Asuma was killed earlier and Kakashi and others went rogue, the third Hokage took the exam ahead of schedule. But now, the plan to surround the Akatsuki organization failed, and he is considering cancelling the exam and letting the Genin directly participate on the battlefield. However, all of these changes are still within Yefeng's calculations. Whether this situation can be reversed depends on whether Luo Sha's acting skills arranged by him are in place. Yefeng's room. After opening the system panel, Yefeng inspected the upgraded version of the black cavity skill that he had just acquired. The upgraded version of the black cavity can freely enter and exit any space in the Hokage world. Even the summoning world, the Pure Land. This ability. It's scary just thinking about it. Yefeng took a light breath of air. The original black cavity is already invincible enough. Being able to get in and out of any space means you can break into other people's private places anytime, anywhere to carry out assassination operations. But now, directly capable of breaking into the summoning realm and the Pure Land. In other words, as long as Yefeng is willing, it is not impossible to obtain the legendary fairy art. Let's test the water first and see if this enhanced black cavity is really as powerful as described. Country of Mountains. In an underground cave thousands of kilometers from Rain Shinobi Village, the Xiao organization's base camp. Obito sat alone on the ground thinking in silence. Not much. On the wall beside him, a burst of subtle space waves appeared. Immediately after, a humanoid pitcher plant emerged from the wall and slowly walked towards him. It's really troublesome. I never imagined that I would have to travel so far to speak now. Fortunately, you and I have space ninjutsu, otherwise I really don't know how to solve it. After the siege by the three major powers ended last time, Obito deliberately pretended to be sick and asked for a few days off. After all, like Yefeng, he is a reserve member of the organization and does not need to stay in the base all the time. And the reason for coming to the mountain country is to avoid Yefeng's persecution. Obito clearly remembered that the last time Yefeng was talking to Oniki, he accidentally revealed that his perception range was hundreds of kilometers. Although this sounds unbelievable, there is a high probability that Yefeng is talking nonsense. But Obito is a thoughtful man. It is better to believe in what is there than to believe in what is not. So, to ensure safety, Obito deliberately ran as far away to talk to Ju. It's not safe here yet, just to be safe, let's use the Kamui space. As soon as Obito said something, Ju's eyes bulged. Why didn't you go to Space Kamui earlier? Why did you have to go to the country of mountains? Can't you just cast spells in the country of rain? Obito coldly snorted and resumed Kostar's insidious and vicious tone, you're really stupid. Perception ability doesn't necessarily refer to visual ability. If the aura of you and I suddenly disappeared within his perception range, what do you think he would think? This made sense, so he shut up. After a spiral turn in space, Obito and Ju entered the Kamui space. So, let's discuss countermeasures. Let it go on like this, our plan will be destroyed by him sooner or later. Obito and Ju began to discuss ways to get rid of Yefeng. And what they couldn't think of was, at the moment, on the other side of Kamui's space, a black cavity silently opens up. Hands in his pockets, Yefeng took a leisurely step into Obito's private space. Honestly, before entering the Kamui space, Yefeng thought that this space was as big as a playground. So far, it's so much more than that. At least after Yefeng looked, he didn't find the edge. Perhaps, Kamui space is actually the same as normal dimensional space, which is infinite. Good boy, it's really a space that almost killed 10 tails, it's so big that it can contain a country. Yefeng used the ring rotation detection in the Kamui space. Arrancar can move hundreds of meters with a single step. He walked for more than 20 minutes, but still did not find the edge of space. It looks like it's exactly the same as your initial guess, this is infinite space. At the moment, Yefeng's footsteps suddenly stopped. Because he found a very unique place. In the entire Kamui space, there are some stone walls and flat terrain, filled with a cold and murderous atmosphere. It is like a primitive uncultivated area, without any breath of life. But the area exposed to Yefeng's view at this moment has obvious traces of artificial modification. There are lights and there are shelves. On closer inspection, There are several large cabinets and glass containers. It's like a laboratory. Yefeng immediately threw Shunpo into the past. After getting closer, he was immediately overjoyed. Because this is actually Obito's collection room. The entire room is filled with Obito's collection of books and collections over the years. There is also some money. Those cabinets and glass containers were drenched with biological specimens from the great emperor. Among them, Sherinan is the most. There are at least hundreds of glass pillars, and in each pillar, 3-4 pieces of Sherinan are soaked in antiseptic solution. This should be the Sherinan picked up by Obito when Uchiha Itachi massacred the clan. Yefeng couldn't help but sigh. Think about it, how many hardships and risks did the Orochimaru endure and risk to obtain a pair of Sherinan? But here, there are so many that you can step on it like a fish bubble. Without hesitation, Yefeng immediately opened the lid and took out 2. Although he doesn't use the Sherinan much, if he really needs it, he won't take such a low-level Sherinan. It's good to take him out and play with him once in a while. Rolling the 2 eyeballs in his hands, Yefeng felt like an old man in the park rubbing a pair of Weenwan nuts. I don't know if it will be pulped. After looking around the storage room again, there was nothing to remove, so Yefeng continued to walk forward. And at this moment, Obito and Ju are discussing things less than 500 meters from the collection room. Actions like that have affected our plans more and more, and now Nagato has also been brainwashed by him, and has lost his fighting spirit, and other members of the Akatsuki organization also trust him. Our future is very bad. Hearing these words summed up by Ju, Obito clenched his teeth in hatred. It can be said that today's Akatsuki organization was cultivated by Obito with a lot of hard work. But Yefeng's union has almost taken away the Xiao organization. The cabbage that has been grown so hard has been stolen. That bastard. I'm going to kill him sooner or later. We must take away the organization and realize our great cause. With a fierce look in his eyes, Obito cursed viciously. Good Zhao. But at this very moment, his heart stopped beating as if someone pinched it. The whole person was out of breath, his hands were trembling, as if he had lost his soul. Obito, Obito, what's wrong with you? I absolutely noticed something was wrong. He turned to look. He was so scared that he petrified on the spot. Because behind them, there was a person standing at this time. He wears Shangyun's uniform and holds 2 coiled Sherinans in his right hand. It was Yefeng who was discussing killing just now. You, how could you? Obito has a big head. I just feel my head buzzing. The mind is blank. Absolutely flabbergasted. Because they never dreamed that Yefeng would appear in this place. Here, it is thousands of kilometers from the land of rain. And this place is not the outside world. Here is Obito's Kamui space. There is no reason for Yefeng to enter this. Obito looked stunned and began to frantically think of countermeasures. Senior Yefeng, why did you appear here? Obito also tried to use a phase trick to fool Yefeng. At this time, Yefeng was not in a hurry. Taking a leisurely step, he walked around Obito and Ju, but found no one else. Placing a hand on Obito's shoulder, he quipped, "Don't be nervous, because you'll forget about it right away and nothing will happen." Obito's eyes widened in horror. However, what he didn't notice was that on his Kamui Sherinan, a miniature pink double had slipped. It's the Killer Queen. Killer Queen, the 3rd bomb - Dust Eater loser activated. Press your finger. Obito's last thoughts drifted away. Immediately after, the whole world breaks like a mirror. The sensation of spinning and spinning was suddenly drawn to my mind, and everything inside began to reverse time. Loser eats dust, Killer Queen's ultimate can reverse time and space. When casting this cheat, one must first craft an opportunity such as a reincarnation bomb. If the opportunity is triggered by 860, the time can be tracked. Of course, the alternate courier can also press the switch to detonate by himself. Yefeng planted a time bomb on Obito just now, and then detonated it, returning the time to 5 minutes ago. Actions of that kind have affected our plans more and more. Now Nagato has also been brainwashed by him and has lost his fighting spirit. Other members of the Akatsuki organization also trust him. Our future is very bad. The scene will be broadcast again. Ju and Obito started the conversation a moment ago again. Only Yefeng, who was reincarnated this time, deliberately avoided contact with the two of them. After getting two Sharinan in the collection room, leave the Kamui space. At the moment, he didn't want to reveal Obito's identity yet. Because seeing Obito pretend to be crazy in front of him, and seem aggrieved after being teased by himself, is quite nice. Let him play slowly. After leaving the Kamui space, Yefeng was convinced of the ability of the new black cavity. It did not linger for a second, it immediately opened the black cavity and went to the following destination. Pure terrestrial space. The so-called pure terrestrial space. Although it also has, many different expressions, such as hell, pure land of bliss, underworld. But almost all the expressions have the same meaning, which is the place where the dead go and the place where the soul returns. After entering the pure land space, Yefeng's first impression was that it was too dark to see light and shadow. Just like in the original book, Kakashi Chakra died of exhaustion and met his father Muyebu in the pure land space. The entire underworld is abuzz with large and small arms fire. In front of each bonfire, there is an undead sitting there warming up and thinking about life. This place really has a lot of breath. Yefeng couldn't help but sigh with excitement. Pure land space has gathered all the dead since the birth of the ninja world, and the number of people is hundreds or even thousands of times that of the ninja world outside. There are more than 1 billion people at Wool. If you were an ordinary person, you would want to find 1 or 2 people among such a large number. No doubt looking for a needle in a haystack. But Yefeng is different, he has observation haki beyond the perfect level, and he can easily feel the power in the ground space. After a rough search, he sensed various powerful auras. Coincidentally, the people Yefeng was looking for were also powerful ninjas. So he immediately flew towards his destination. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Yefeng landed in front of a bonfire that exuded a powerful aura. If he guessed correctly, this place should be the habitat of Senju Hashirama's soul. However, when Yefeng landed and saw the owner, he froze immediately. Because it is not Senju Hashirama who is sitting in front of the bonfire right now, but an old man with gray hair. Madara Uchiha. Ninja Dance King Madara. Who are you? At this moment, Uchiha Madara seemed surprised and confused. He had sat in front of the campfire thinking about his life for a long time. I don't know how many years, decades. I have been waiting outside for Obito and others to choose Rain Tensei technique to revive him. But Rain Tensei didn't wait for someone who fell from the sky. What happened? Can ninjutsu be used in pure land space? It has stayed here for decades without being able to move, how can anyone move freely here? You. Grandpa Madara asked again and couldn't help but clench his toes. Yefeng frowned and said foolishly, Me? I am the ruler in charge of the undead world, also known as the King of Hell. What? Uchiha Madara is shocked. In the world of the Hokage, there are similar Buddhist and Taoist legends, such as the reincarnation of the 6 paths, the banana fan, and the fairy rope. So of course Uchiha Madara knows who Yama is. You, are Lord Yan. What are you looking for me for? Uchiha Madara was visibly scared. After all, this is his territory. Isn't it easy to deal with yourself? Yefeng wanted to laugh when he saw that Grandpa Madara was deceived by him and trembling in fear. However, he still suppressed his smile and said with a straight face, I came here to inspect you undead, and to clean up a few places by the way. Empty? What are you going to do? A bad premonition appeared in Uchiha Madara's heart. The empty call is to find some people to reincarnate. Do you understand what that means? Uchiha Madara nodded nervously. Of course you understand. After death, people enter the world of the undead, and then reincarnate as human beings. This is the law of reincarnation in the worlds of life and death. It's just that Uchiha Madara has stayed here for so long before, and he has never seen the reincarnation mechanism. He thought that the legends he heard were false. Turns out it's really happening now. So what does reincarnation have to do with me? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course it is because of your good grades that I plan to reincarnate you so that I can start a new life. Uchiha Madara is sweating cold. If he reincarnated and started a new life, wouldn't the plan he had worked so hard to prepare for so many years be for naught? Resolutely refused, no, I don't want to be reincarnated, I don't want to become a human again. Ye Feng secretly smiled, don't you want to become a human again? Are you tired of the human world? How about you become the animal world? Uchiha Madara's face turned pale. Trembling, he said, please let me go. I just want to be a silent undead, and I have no intention of reincarnating as a human. Please find someone else. Huh? How dare you reject me? I heard this. Ye Feng's expression turned serious, and a murderous aura swept through the scene in an instant. Originally, all structures in Shinigami are made of spirit children, and the spirit children are the souls. In hell, for Ye Feng, who has Ulquiorra's template, he is like a fish in water. A small release of Ryutsu can produce a huge formula. Uchiha Madara got scared on the spot. Is this the power of Lord Yama? This deterrent. Grandpa Madara is almost untenable. I can barely lean on crutches to keep from falling. 10 seconds later. Ye Feng put Ryutsu away and said scornfully, forget it, seeing that you look old, weak, and sick, I won't bother you anymore. Starting today, if you go around the campfire 300 times a day, I'll let you go, let you remain undead, otherwise I'll throw you into the animal kingdom. How dare Uchiha Madara refuse? After experiencing Ryutsu just now, he now fully believes that Ye Feng is Yan Wanjai himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move at will. If ordinary undead could move, Lord Madara would have gone looking for his brother a long time ago. Then, it's alright, as long as you keep me in this form, I'll do everything you said. Grandpa Madara immediately started circling the campfire. Ye Feng slowly vacated and flew to the next location. Not much. In Ye Feng's perception, another powerful aura appeared. Stronger than Uchiha Madara right now? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the soul of Senju Hashirama. Boost. Ye Feng kept blinking in midair. Sure enough, I found the right person this time. Sitting in front of the bonfire is none other than the first Hokage, the man known as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. You are. Senju Hashirama looked at Ye Feng in surprise. What's happening? Does Pure Land Space still have people coming to visit us? I am from the world of the living. For some reason, I came here to meet you. Speaking of this, Ye Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Hang on a minute. After flying into the sky, Ye Feng felt the surrounding atmosphere again. After a few minutes, he also brought Senju Tobirama. Tobirama? Are you Tobirama? Senju Hashirama yelled excitedly. Senju Tobirama was equally shocked. Brother, I didn't expect to see you again. The two brothers were excited for a while before calming down. Senju Tobirama looked at Ye Feng in surprise. What happened? Aren't we already dead? That's right, you two are really dead. This place is Pure Land Space, but I have the ability to travel back and forth for 2 centuries. Only then did the two of them understand a little. So what do you want from us? Senju Hashirama continued to ask. It's nothing important, but soon, I'll lead people to attack Konoha village, and I want to ask you two to come out and help. As soon as this comment came out, the expressions of the two Senju brothers suddenly changed. Surprised, perplexed. All sorts of strange expressions appeared on his face. I said, young man, aren't you wrong? We are the first generation and the second Hokage of Konoha village. You can attack Konoha village, but you still need our help. Senju Tobirama questioned. He couldn't understand what kind of brain circuit this person in front of him was. Ask someone to call your hometown? Ain't that shit? Spreading her hands out, she said jokingly, maybe you don't even know what happened to Konoha now. Senju Hashirama, then tell me. Yefeng, simply put, after your first generation died, your little brother became the second generation, and not long after that, the second generation also died, then it went to the third generation, then the third generation abdicated, went to the fourth generation, and the fourth generation burps before sitting still, and then the third generation resets. It's that simple. The two Senju brothers looked at each other, wondering, is that it? There's nothing wrong with this. Isn't it normal for a shadow to be replaced after death? Shadow in a village is a high-risk occupation. No, Yefeng couldn't help but shake his head. It's okay to replace someone as Hokage, the key now is the third Hokage. It really doesn't work, he screwed up Konoha. Third generation? Do you mean Sarutobi? Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama know Sarutobi Hiruzen because he is their apprentice. That Sarutobi guy shouldn't be so bad, right? We brought him together after all. Yefeng chuckled, it can't be that bad, he just finished off your Senju clan. Why? The two of them were instantly shocked. You, make it clear. Clan extermination? Our Senju clan was exterminated. What the hell happened? Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama visibly got excited. You said that if Sarutobi Hiruzen is just a problem with leadership, it doesn't matter. They all have some character flaws. For example, the first Hokage is too kind, the second Hokage is too dark. But just remove them, Senju. This matter is serious. 0, looking for flowers. Yefeng clasped his hands together and said calmly, after the two of you died, the third Hokage began to attack the Senju family and handed over all tasks of death to the Senju family, resulting in a sharp decline in the members of the family. Only. There were none left. Senju Hashirama asked nervously. There is one left, your granddaughter. Yefeng said. The two brothers felt dizzy for a while. Besides, the Uchiha clan was also lost to the third generation. This is good. As soon as Yefeng finished speaking, Senju Tobirama nodded excitedly in thanks. This is the right thing, Uchiha is an evil family and their extermination is also a contribution to the village. Senju Hashirama frowned, brother, aren't your ideas too extreme? Yefeng also nodded and added, second generation, have you ever thought, now that the Senju and Uchiha families are gone, what is left of Konoha? Senju Tobirama was questioned. Yeah. The two permanent strongholds that Konoha is most proud of are Senju and Uchiha. Now that both groups are destroyed, how much strength does Konoha have left? Do you want to be bullied by other big countries in turn? Speaking of which, Senju Hashirama seems to have found some clues. He asked in surprise, that Sarutobi guy, why did he do that? What good will it do him to kill both of our families? Yefeng rolled his eyes at first generation and thought that Konoha Dahanan really did not deserve its name, and his reaction was really slow. Why? Of course it's to preserve his Hokage status. Think about it, I just said that the fourth Hokage is dead, but your granddaughter Tsunade is still alive, what does that mean? Isn't the fourth Hokage Tsunade? Senju Tobirama reacted instantly. That's right, morally speaking, Tsunade's roots are young, well known in Konoha and deeply loved by the people, but she didn't become the fourth Hokage. Not only that, to prevent it from affecting their domain, the third generation also kicked Tsunade out of the village, leaving Tsunade to wander alone for over 10 years. Also, Hatake Sakumo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, these people who may pose a threat to the Hokage status were framed or expelled. Now the entire Konoha village has been completely controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The two even fought openly and secretly for the position of Hokage. On the contrary, it is a small country of thunder, and they can ride on the top of Konoha to shit, and they dare not control it. This operation, I'm just asking you if you don't want to eat. The two brothers fell into a long silence. If what the person in front of him said is true, wouldn't that mean that the first and second generations raised a white-eyed wolf? With his own strength, Konoha was dragged down. If you don't get rid of this kind of person as soon as possible, can you bear it? After a long silence. Finally, the most intriguing second generation was the first to speak. Senju Tobirama's face was solemn. Although the words you said are really infuriating, we can't rely on a few words to believe you. Do you have any solid evidence? Of course. Ye Feng shrugged. There is as much evidence as you need, and now there is a witness on my side. His words are absolutely convincing. May I bother you to bring her here? No problem. With a light touch of his finger, Ye Feng pulled out a black cavity out of thin air. On the other side of the black cavity is the base of the Xiao organization. Ye Feng intervened. 880 is the certification I was talking about. Of course it's Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first generation. At the moment, Tsunade is taking a shower in the room. There were bubbles all over her head and body, and she stood under hot water to rinse her tightly closed eyes. Shizuan, I'll bring the towel here. Ye Feng politely handed over the towel. Then stay and admire. Teaspoon teaspoon. Truly worthy of being the #1 weapon in the ninja world, Tsunade Hime. This is completely level. 2 minutes later, Tsunade washed her hair. After toweling her hair clean, she opened her eyes. The moment Tsunade opened her eyes, she was shocked. Why are you here? Ye Feng, didn't you want to use a towel? Tsunade, I let Shizun take it, but I didn't let you take it. Ye Feng, I'm 2 centimeters closer to her, it's easy to do. Tsunade was flabbergasted. You've never seen anyone talk about spying so openly. Ye Feng looked directly at Tsunade without moving his eyes. Well, you put on your clothes first and I'll take you to meet 2 people. Only then did Tsunade realize that she wasn't dressed yet. Bastard. Tsunade muttered to get dressed, her blonde face flushed red from dryness. If it was someone else, they could have passed with a fist. But Ye Feng. She dare not. With Ye Feng's strength so strong, if he provoked him, he could kill him with 1 shot. Who are you taking me to? Tsunade dried her hair and said with assent. Go see your grandfather and your second grandfather. Huh? Are you going to visit them both? Tsunade's first reaction was that Ye Feng was going to visit Konoha's grave. Because the 2 people you mentioned have been dead for decades. But Ye Feng shook his head. No, I'll take you to watch the live. Tsunade's face became more and more strange. Hey, why can't I understand what you just said? Are you making fun of me? Ye Feng did not speak, just walked in front of Haikyang, slowly leading the way. After a few minutes, the 2 reached their destination. Senju Hashirama recognized his precious granddaughter at a glance. Tsunade. You've grown so much. After hearing this voice, Tsunade was a bit perplexed at first. But when she clearly saw the 2 people in front of her, she was shocked. It turned out to be his grandfather and his second grandfather. The creator of Konoha, first generation and second generation. Grandfather. Tsunade flew straight in, and Senju Hashirama had a show of confession. Tsunade was crying, her nose was red from crying. After the confession drama ended, Senju Tobirama started asking about Konoha. Tsunade confessed all her bitterness, and the two shocked the entire family. Damn it, it turns out that what that guy said was the truth. That Sarutobi bastard, we've wasted all these years of cultivating him. Senju Tobirama clenched his teeth. I can't wait to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen now and break him on the spot. Young man, what are you going to do? If you don't avenge this revenge, I will die. Senju Tobirama said with eyes filled with anger. The old god Yefen was there and said calmly, don't worry, after a while, I will arrange for someone to take the two of you out of the impure world reincarnation, and then you can naturally take revenge. Senju Tobirama nodded, then I'll bug you, and Tsunade will bug you to take care of it. Fire Nation, Konoha Village. A week has passed since the Konoha shinobi withdrew from the border of the Land of Rain. Hokage Building. A large conference room dedicated to foreign guests. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as Shimura Danzo, Udaten Koharu, and others, are located here. In the opposite seat was a group of dusty guests with dry breath. Headed by. Wearing a bamboo hat and a white cloak, there is a big word wind written in blue font on the back. Next to him was a blonde girl in fishnet stockings, and a red-haired boy with a pumpkin on his back and a love letter carved on his forehead. It's the fourth Kazekage Rosa family. Third generation, you have made us miserable. Luosha immediately began to show off her acting skills. Everything that will be arranged in this meeting room today was arranged by Yefen beforehand. Purpose. It is to remove surveillance from Konoha, so that the Chunin exam can be held together. Sarutobi Hiruzen deftly lit a cigarette and asked calmly, did I fool you? Where did this start? Seeing the third generation pretending to be garlic, Tamari angrily slammed the table and roared loudly, you clearly know that Ono Kokushi knows about the organization, but you didn't tell us, which made us let the Akatsuki organization unilaterally slaughter, and Sand Shinobi suffered heavy losses. Cluck cluck cluck. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an unpleasant laugh, his old face twitching, and he said with a half smile, this I don't know what you're talking about, the one who betrayed us is clearly the shadow of the third generation, aren't you going to take revenge on him, but comes to blame us? What is the reason for this? The third Tsuchikage had already left by then, but in order to delay time, you deliberately left the supplies in place for us to pick up, so that Akatsuki would have a chance to come. Garo was blunt in debunking the third Hokage tricks. These things, at first Sand Shinobi were still in the dark. None of the Sand Shinobi village reacted, it was the third Hokage who deliberately set a trap to frame them. They all thought that they were unlucky and ran into the Xiao organization. Until the end. When Yefeng and the others said a few words as they left the scene, Sand Shinobi instantly realized that he was tricked by the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old fox, unexpectedly came up with such a harmful trick in a short period of time. It's not because Konoha is rich and powerful that the materials are left in place, and they're looking at 5.7. Sand Shinobi village is poor and they want to pick up cheap. As a result, the escape time was delayed. Facing the accusations of the Kingdom of the Wind, the Konoha executives in the meeting room had expressions as calm as water. After all, after playing tricks for so many years, these old foxes have already practiced it. They just secretly laughed in their hearts, there is a foolish Kazekage standing in the Wind Realm, it deserves to be played by them. There is only one thing, they are a little disappointed, Sand Shinobi village was not wiped out by the group. Should it be said that the Akatsuki organization is too kind, or that Sand Shinobi village is blessed with great fortune? Sarutobi Hiruzen dusted off the ashes, leaned back in his chair, and said with a half smile, stop guessing things that are baseless. Honestly, it is truly admirable that you were able to return alive from the Xiao organization. You should not. Are you in cahoots with the Akatsuki organization? Collusion. Logosha's face was furious, and he hit the table angrily, cursing angrily. It's really tricky. I am the fourth Kazekage, and I am committed to peace, and I came to Konoha to discuss business with you, but you actually said that I colluded with the Akatsuki organization. On the border of the Land of Rain, our sand shinobi suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of our standing force. For this reason, should I form an alliance with the Akatsuki organization? Since you're so insincere, there's no need to talk about it later. Afterwards, the two countries of wind and fire will be irreconcilable. Tamari, Gaara, let's go. Seeing Logosha's excited appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. There must be no collusion. Because these people didn't show even an enveloping expression. Stay safe and don't be impatient. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and motioned for Logosha and the others to sit down. Just now I was just casually asking, so I don't need to be so excited. It's better if you don't collude with them. Let me tell you why you're here. After hearing this, Logosha's face relaxed a bit. Gaara and Tamari's palms were dripping with sweat. Really? Just as Yefeng explained at the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very suspicious, and will definitely test them, answering if they have colluded with the Akatsuki organization. He also specifically told 09 to let them rehearse at home a few more times before coming to Konoha. It is not useful. If it weren't for many simulations of today's meeting in the Land of Winds, Tamari and the others might have panicked when Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned them just now. You must know that an old fox like Sarutobi Hiruzen can tell whether or not the other party is lying with a single look. Thanks to the preparation. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude softened, Logosha also sat down in accordance with his wishes. Then start today's key work. This time, I want to discuss with you about holding the Chunin conference together. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Chunin assembly. If it had been half a year ago, he had indeed planned to invite several villages to join forces to do so. But now, Konoha found many variables. Asuma was killed, Kakashi, Suzuki and others rebelled. Konoha no longer has the energy to hold the Chunin conference. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan is to let those little ghosts go to the battlefield directly after graduating from ninja school. Konoha will be on wartime alert for the next 5 to 10 years. It's already that time. What else is there to do for the Chunin conference? Next door, Shimura Danzo said in a low voice. It is because of the crisis in the ninja world that there is an urgent need for a morale-raising meeting. If possible, I hope that the countries of wind and fire can put aside their previous hatred and form an alliance to fight against the enemy in front of them. Hearing Logosha say this, Sleepy and a group of high-level executives understood. This is the wind realm that was afraid of being hit and wanted to flatter them with the fire realm. Because if the news leaks out that the Wind Kingdom was hit hard by the Akatsuki organization, the other three big countries may cause trouble. Right now, if they form an alliance with the Fire Nation, they can at least have multiple backs to act as a deterrent. Sarutobi Hiruzen also tested it. You have no interest in simply taking the exam together. But if there are advantages to take advantage of, that is another story. Is it an alliance? This is kind of interesting. However, given the gap in strength between our two countries, it should not be called an alliance, but a master-slave relationship. If you can agree to my conditions, forming an alliance is not something that cannot be considered. As Sarutobi Hiruzen said, he took out a pen and paper and wrote some agreements. It is nothing more than cession of land, compensation, collection of taxes and the like. After reading the humiliating power agreement and humiliating the country, Logosha and the others were so angry that they clenched their fists and chattered their teeth. Of course, this is all for show. But in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, this is the expression of anger. Half an hour. It seemed that after going through a serious ideological struggle, Luo angrily smashed the table and opened her mouth in an expression of hesitation and helplessness. All right. I agree to these conditions. But the premise is that you must ensure that you do not attack the Wind Realm, and you must not stab a knife in the back. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled treacherously. Don't worry about this, all the suggestions I put forward are reasonable. Konoha village is not enough to put an end to a poor country full of yellow sand. We also hope that you can recover quickly from setbacks and that everyone can prosper together so that we can develop for the long term. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was extremely nice. If you hadn't gotten vaccinated beforehand, a novice newcomer like Temari might believe it. Then, sign the agreement. How long do you plan to set the time for the Chunin exam? After leaving Konoha village, Temari finally let out a long sigh of relief. Konoha is indeed a dangerous place. The behavior patterns of those old foxes were calculated by Yefeng. Temari's eyes flickered. She thought to herself, maybe only a strong person like Yefeng can clean up old foxes like Konoha. It would be great if I could see Yefeng's heroic appearance again with my own eyes. Luo Sha looked serious. Speed up, the time for the Chunin exam has been set and Lord Yashu must be informed immediately. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Xiao Organization Base, in the upper steel building. Conan stood on the tongue of the strange sculpture, looking at the Rain Country covered in heavy rain, in a dazed silence. This rain. It would be great if I could stop one day. Do you want the rain to stop? Yefeng's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Conan suddenly straightened up and immediately organized her thoughts, returning to the cool and calm appearance of the past. I hope, but that's impossible. The land of rain is so called because it rains year after year. No matter how powerful your abilities are, it is impossible to change the weather. This place has been like a day for decades, maybe God is crying. The corner of Yefeng's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something. 063. However, at this moment, a sound of airflow from the engine came from under his feet. So. A gold and red steel battlesuit rose into the air. The information has arrived. Scorpion opened the mask and handed the secret letter from the Wind Realm to Yefeng. And almost at the same time, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in Yefeng's mind. Ding. It is detected that the Chunin exam is about to start, please make up your mind. 1. Fight alone, participate in the Chunin exam with your own strength and kill the third Hokage, rewards and Pakuto Shinso, and Shikai. Asterisk 2. Bring at least 3 or more organization members to the Chunin exam, kill the third Hokage, and rewards and Pakuto Ryujin Jaka and Shikai. After looking at the options this time, Yefeng's eyes froze, and his expression did not change for more than half a minute. After a while, she put away the secret letter, approached Conan, and whispered in her ear. Do you still remember what I told you last time? What sentence? In the future, if I help you, either. I have an impression. Conan's lips twitched slightly and her face became a little uneasy. Yefeng nodded, well, if I stop the rain in the land of rain in the future, can you honor it? Conan, if you can really break the laws of nature, I can accompany you, but you definitely can't. Remember your promise today. Yefeng smiled frankly, then waved his hand and ordered Chao Xie, call all the organization members and have a battle meeting. Meeting room. After briefly presenting the information sent by Luo Sha, Yefeng hit the table and made up his mind. The Chunin exam is an excellent opportunity for us to attack Konoha in one fell swoop, so I decided to randomly select a few lucky members of the organization to take the Chunin exam with me. After hearing Yefeng's words, all the members were stunned. Kakuzu, take the exam? Yefeng, what are you thinking? You know this is an excellent opportunity to attack Konoha, so why don't you go in and be done with it? Haiden, that's right. Why bother? You're also taking the Chunin exam. You can last when you're full. Ye-fen ignored the group of youths. Or how could the Xiao organization be a group of rude people? Some things cannot be done by force alone. There are many people in this world who would rather die than submit. Violent conquest will only make people disgusted. Like what Orochimaru said before, you can get my people, but not my heart. What Ye-fen wants is a comprehensive and full penetration rule, so things can't be made so abrupt. We must go deep into the masses and understand the masses. Indulge in them from within, win hearts and minds. Only in this way can it last forever. I think Ye-fen's plan is reliable. At the moment, Kakashi, who was sitting to the side, spoke. Konoha has already encountered an invasion and must have stepped up its vigilance. Also, this time it's the Chunin exam, the guards will only be stricter. First find a way to sneak in, and then find a chance to sneak in halfway, this is the safest way. After Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto also nodded, I'm the first to sign up. Just let little Sakura and the others see my power. Ye-fen nodded, well, then you count as one, what about the others? No one at the table spoke, they just looked at me and I looked at you, letting the awkward atmosphere continue. What the heck, taking the Chunin exam in Konoha village? This kind of thing is almost unthinkable before. You should know that among these people in the organization, the weakest are all at the elite Jonin level, and they have lived for years licking blood. Now that he really wants to lower his status and take the exam with a bunch of brats, do you want to be such a fool? Isn't there anyone? If no one raises their hand, I'll call roll call. After Ye-fen said something, there was still no response from below. No way, it just has a name. Deidara, you go too. Deidara's complexion changed on the spot, and he almost begged for mercy and said, I don't want to go, Ye-fen, don't hurt me. Ye-fen, go or die, your choice. Deidara is not well. If you hate him, you hate yourself for being too weak and you have no right to say no. Haiden, you go too. Haiden was about to speak, but swallowed back the words. Because, like salty fish, there is no right to refuse. B. As soon as Ye-fen said Kakozu's name, the other party immediately replied, it's okay for the two of you to go, but if I look like this, can I go too? It doesn't matter. There's no shortage of strange-looking people in the ninja world. If you really can't get over it, I'll call you a summoning beast. Deidara. Kakashi. Tsunade. After counting the three people, Ye-fen looked to the side, Pain's face. Leader. As soon as Ye-fen was called, Pain felt dizzy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think as the leader of the organization, you should also participate. Pain's face was calm, as usual, unresponsive. But everyone can feel that the leader at this time is very upset. If her face could move, she would probably have seizures by now. Boss, can you say something? Seeing Pain pretending to be cold here, Ye-fen urged him twice on purpose. The other members were all terrified. It is estimated that in the entire organization, only Ye-fen dares to mock Pain like this. Finally, after more than 2 minutes of silence, Pain couldn't contain himself. Ye-fen has talked up to this point, it seems unrealistic for him not to go. Then I will go. This moment, everyone in the organization felt that all 3 points of view were shattered. The cold and serious leader Kong Ranquin agrees to Ye-fen's plan. They couldn't imagine the situation of Pain sitting in the classroom for the exam. Because as long as you think about it for a while, you will feel that the painting style is out of place. 2, 4. Ye-fen snapped his fingers, there are only 6 people in total, there are still very few, who wants to go? The table remained silent. But after a while, a cold voice came from the meeting room door. Count on me. They all looked back and saw a black-haired boy with blood-red eyes standing at the door. It's Uchiha Sasuke. Huh? Have you had your eyes replaced, Sasuke? Naruto asked excitedly. But Sasuke started to pretend again, skipping Naruto's question directly, and replied coldly, Konoha, it's a place that has too many painful memories of me, take this opportunity, let it be destroyed. After Sasuke blurted out the words, the organization members froze for a moment. So, Kakuzu, Hyden, Deidara, Naruto. Some characters are carefree and quickly put their heads together. Hyden Sasuke. Is it starting again? Naruto, it looks like it's the same as before. Deidara, no, how can he take the Chunin exam in such a state of mind? Maybe he'll show up. Kakuzu, damn, the most annoying suitor. Yefeng pondered for a while, then nodded and agreed, okay, you can participate, but you must obey the order, or I will kill you. Sasuke's heart clenched and he nodded reluctantly, okay. Yefeng nodded. That is all for now. Me, Naruto, Sasuke, Deidara, Hyden, Kakuzu, Pain, a total of 7 people will take the Chunin exam, and the rest will sneak into Konoha and support us at any time. If you understand, go pack your luggage and leave early tomorrow morning. On the border of Tierra del Fuego, in a lush forest. In the sky. A thin black cavity was torn open, and a group of people in different clothes slowly landed on the ground. You arrived on time. Orochimaru has been waiting here for a long time. Gathered around him were the disciples that Orochimaru had welcomed out in recent years, called the Otonin Five. It is composed of 5 people, Kagaya Kimimaro, Sakin Yukin, Kidomaru, Teiwaya, and Jirobo. These 5 people have great strength and are Orochimaru's minions. Follow him this time to participate in Konoha's collapse plan. Are you Mr. Yefeng? Kimimaro approached Yefeng in surprise. I was very curious, what kind of talent is the man who can make Orochimaru work hard? But after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that he was such a young person. Yefeng ignored Kimimiro's words at all, and only looked at the 5 people. Then, he turned his head and looked at Naruto and the others, all of you, have you seen clearly? Naruto and the others nodded. Then change. State. In the area where Naruto and the others were, thick white smoke suddenly erupted. After a while, the smoke cleared. The few people who followed Yefeng at this time have completed the transformation technique. There are 5 people, who perfectly copied the appearance of the 5 Otonin. The remaining 2 people coincidentally turned into 2 passers-by. What's it for? Kimimaro looked puzzled. Fake it, it's none of your business, you can go back. Yefeng greeted Kimimaro and the others. When the 5 heard this, ye did not know what to do. What do you mean? Did you specially call us here to provide them with a transformation template? If you want to pretend, why don't you find 2 passers-by? Let's take a trip for nothing. Faced with the doubts of his subordinates, Orochimaru had no choice but to appease them. After all, it was his decision to bring the 5 people here without informing Yefeng at all. Okay, let's confirm your respective names now, and don't make any mistakes when you enter the venue. In addition to the change in appearance, the names of several members who participated in the Chunin exam were also changed. Especially Naruto and Sasuke, who were born in Konoha, and are very familiar with those Xiaoqiang. In case it is called leak at that time, all previous efforts will be in vain. Naruto, you will be called Prince from now on. After hearing the name given by Yefeng, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Prince? What kind of strange name is this? Anyway, don't worry about it, just remember that they call you the Prince and that's it. Also, Sasuke, your name is Erzuzu. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, although he wasn't satisfied, he still accepted it. Because the Jirobo that Sasuke transforms into now is the fattest among the 5 Otonin. It was the complete opposite of his previous gloomy look. In other words, Sasuke has given up on healing. As for the others. Yefen looked at Deidara and the others. Oh, it's too troublesome to think of it one by one, you just call it or something like Adi, Afi, Agiao. Anyway, people like ya don't know your real names. Neither Deidara nor Kakozu objected. Only Haiden shook his head, you should call me Aduan, Afe already has someone. Yefen nodded in confirmation, and then looked at Pain, who had a cold face next to him. The rest of the people also gathered their eyes. Pain's face was still as calm as a picture, but Konan beside him felt embarrassed for him. Should I call it Ape? Or Arn? If this is really called, the cold temper that the leader has always created will be completely gone. Call me Yahiko. After a while, Pain finally gave an answer that wasn't too embarrassing for Konan and himself. Yahiko, the owner of this body, Yui's best friend. Being mentioned again this time can be considered a trick of fate. After making all the preparations, Yefen led the costumed people to the land of fire. Afraid of being found out, Xiao organized a group of people to walk near Konoha village this time. I have seen the gate of the village, let me see if there are any suspicious people. Deidara jumped and landed on a nearby tree. Then take out the binoculars and look at Konoha village. Obviously you're a suspicious person yourself, but you still want to ask about the others. Naruto groaned helplessly. On the other hand, Kakashi next to him frowned deeply, a dignified expression on his face. I'm thinking of a question. Kakashi dragged his chin in a thoughtful pose. The telescope on Deidara should be able to see things a few kilometers away. 3 kilometers. Deidara answered from the tree. Since your team can see so far, why did the Land of Thunder come to Konoha to snatch Bai Yan away instead of buying a telescope like yours? Yefen. Naruto. Sasuke. Everyone is stunned. In fact, in the ninja world, primary productivity is undoubtedly ninjutsu. Ninjutsu can be used for combat, production, and construction. Even Naruto's sex and seduction can be used to kill certain people as long as they develop a bit. And as far as technology, it's random. The ninja technology system is quite chaotic and does not follow any normal laws of technological development. For example, now the ninja way of life can be summed up in a few words. Traffic basically depends on walking. Communication basically depends on shouting. Law and order basically depends on dogs. The heating basically depends on the agitation. Digging is basically by hand. Hashtag. Entertainment basically not. Short distance communication, HD, is based on roar, and long distance communication is based on notes. Most of them use paper documents for office work, and when entrusted with a task, they have to rely on flying ninja beasts to convey information. Communication ninjas are used only in emergencies. But it's such a technologically backward ninja world, sometimes, some strange technological equipment can come along. For example, in the original book, Konoha and the Sand Shinobi fought against the Akatsuki organization for the first time and rescued Gaara. Running over, Guy's class and Kakashi's class suddenly grabbed a pair of wireless headphones and went outside to communicate. Good boy, I immediately got angry. Glasses like Deidara, in addition to being a miniature telescope, can also be used as a camera. Also, wait another 10 years, when Naruto and the others are 20, that kind of collapsed interplanetary star cannon will be built. Wait another 7 or 8 years, when Boruto comes out, even TVs, ATMs and even computers will be built. Yefen is highly suspicious that all these high-tech things might come from the Azuradeo summoning in 6 paths. Because Pain's Shuradeo can summon barrage weapons that don't exist in the ninja world, such as rocket launchers, laser cannons. From long range to close range, there are all kinds of weapons. He guessed that Shuradeo was picked up by the Konoha Umbu after Pain failed to invade Konoha, and later developed a series of weapons. If the information from the fourth Reikage had been more accurate, it would have been known that there was a Deidara on the Earth of Earth. His miniature telescope can see things miles away, and he'd still go all the way to grab a hairy eye. Directly wholesale 2 binoculars cars and come back and install them. You can use them without chakra. Not good. Well, sure, there's no suspicious person. Deidara watched from the tree for a moment, then jumped. After an awkward silence for more than 10 seconds, Yefeng nodded and motioned for them to move on. However, when Yefeng and the others were about to approach the gate of Konoha, he suddenly held out his hand to signal everyone to stop. What's happening? Konan asked nervously. She thought the intrusion had been discovered. Wait a minute, these 2 guys at the door. Yefeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 guards carefully. Right now, at the gate of Konoha, there are 2 legendary gods of Konoha Gate. Gangzatai and Shinayun Chiwiwa. It's not that good, it's actually Konoha gatekeeper on duty, just in case, let's take a detour. Hearing Yefeng's words, all the members were stunned. What the hell? Door god. Is there such a thing as Konoha? Deidara and others were stunned. Even before entering the village, Yefeng is so cautious. Yefeng shook his head and said with a sigh, no, you don't understand. The strength of these 2 is unfathomable. As far as I know, no one has dared to break through the 2 of them head-on. If Yefeng remembers correctly, Orochimaru entered through the back door in the original book. Pain also flew directly without going through the gate. It is said that the gate god of Konoha has reached the terrifying level of the 6 paths. Kakuzu, what kind of shit, don't scare us, okay? Aren't those just 2 ordinary Chunin? Everyone agreed with Kakuzu's words, but who knew things changed right after he finished speaking. I saw the gate of Konoha. Xiao Litsi didn't know why she got into an argument with someone. After some disputes, the 2 will fight. At this critical juncture, I saw one of the gate gods, and with just a slap, it sent Xiaoli flying. And Xiaoli, who was lying on the ground, showed a terrified expression and looked in the direction of the gate god with puzzled eyes. Also puzzled are Kakuzu et al. To his sight, the green watermelon rind had clearly steadied his foot at this moment. And looking at the bandage on his hand, it seems that he is still a ninja. But was it blown up with a light palm? How strong is this gate god? Now you understand. Yefeng shrugged. Just kidding, he has never doubted the strength of Konoha's gate god. What kind of existence are these 2 people? It was the existence of Buddha jumping over the wall that forced pain to invade Konoha. And the appearance of one of the gate gods, Gangzisha, was almost carved from the same mold as that adult Genbuletin when he was young. Maybe it's Danzo's private. Everyone did not dare to be negligent, they honestly strayed and entered the side door. Almost, I'm about to cast the transformation technique. Yefeng turned his hands over and quickly formed a seal. After a puff of white smoke, it turned into a strange figure with green pupils, pale skin, and a bone mask on its head. Exactly the form of Ulquira. After seeing Yefeng like this, the group of people from the organization were stunned. Hey, isn't it too flashy for you to become like that? Isn't it? Why can you become so handsome? It feels like we're completely different from us. Whose template is this? It looks completely different from ours. A group of people were dumbfounded. Because of the template Yefeng transformed into, the facial features are exquisite, the key is his eyebrows, there is also a chilling aura looming, making people feel afraid. With this quality, it is extremely eye-catching in the crowd. The corners of Yefeng's mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, the purpose of our visit this time is to infiltrate Konoha. If there are all the faces of the passers-by, how can we attract the attention of others? By the way, Naruto, don't use your current appearance, use the seduction technique to change into another one. Blew it? Kakashi sprayed on the spot. But Naruto was very happy and said cheerfully, Which type do you want? The greatest. After saying that, a burst of white smoke billowed out from Naruto's body. Then the 5 ugly people just disappeared and turned into a lovely girl with blonde hair and blue eyes and a sweet appearance. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Deidara and Hayden got nosebleeds on the spot. This. It's too exaggerated. There is such a technique. Naruto smiled sweetly and said in a rough voice, I want to learn, do you want me to teach you? After entering the Konoha village grounds, both Kakashi and Naruto developed a familiar feeling of coming home. But the ones that moved the most at this moment were Tsunade and Orochimaru. My own town, my hometown, hasn't been back for many years. Standing on the Konoha street, Tsunade took a deep breath. His nose hurts a little. Tears spilled out of the corners of her eyes. How many years have passed? I didn't expect to be able to set foot on this earth again. Orochimaru felt the same. Tsunade, let's do a good job this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's deadline has arrived. This time we must kill the grass and get rid of Sarutobi and those bastards. A group of people walk along the road. Looking at the Hokage statue mountain in the distance, Yefeng sighed in his heart. Konoha is a place where the ugliness and darkness of human nature come into full play. In the entire ninja world, all the nasty things that can be counted are basically related to Konoha. Like the teacher-student relationship. The teacher-student relationship in other places is a teacher for a day and a teacher for a lifetime. Disciples respect filial piety and treat the teacher like a father. When it comes to Konoha, the guy is still filial. When students kill their teachers, that's a lot to catch. For example, Orochimaru kills Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nagato kills Jiraiya, Obito kills Namikaze Minato, Sasuke kills Kakashi, brothers from the same school kill each other. Every bad relationship can imply a period of deep hatred, and then countless hatreds constitute the history of Konoha village. Several people were walking and suddenly Naruto, who was walking in front, stopped. Everyone, are you hungry? They all frowned in confusion. But after all, they were very hungry. After all, after walking for a day, I didn't have time to eat. Hey Prince, do you and ya have something to eat? Deidara walked over and asked. Zero, looking for flowers. Of course I do. I stopped because I got to the place. Naruto pointed to the Ichiraku ramen next to him, looking excited. This is the best ramen in Konoha village, before I betray. With a glance from Yefeng, Naruto immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Before I left town, I often ate here, the taste is amazing. They all looked at Yefeng. Whether he can stop to eat depends on his face. So we're going after a meal and you can't go to the exam hungry. Several people quickly sat down at the table outside, Naruto immediately clapping his hands and shouting, "Boss! Order!" The boss who was beating his hands was concentrating on kneading the noodles. Hearing this voice, he frowned slightly, and immediately put down the rolling pin and ran out. Zero. Naruto. Startled, he looked around outside, but the one who made the sound was an unknown face. And it's a girl. A hot outfit, golden hair, very sweet and charming. I thought it was Naruto that came back. Is it actually a girl? Your voice is too rough, isn't it? The man who hit the boss was stunned for a few seconds, but quickly withdrew his thoughts and asked. Guys, what would you like to eat? First comes 20 sets of deluxe ramen. If you can't get enough, add more. Immediately return to the store to prepare by hand. At this time, Yefeng looked at Naruto seriously. Your voice. Can you change it? Don't use the old voice, or you will be immediately exposed. Naruto hummed a few words and adjusted his voice. After a while, she became a sweet, cute, and soft girl's voice. Is the sauce okay? After hearing this voice, Deidara, who was drinking tea, doused Kakozu's face with a sip of hot tea on the spot. This technique. It's simply too strong. Konan, Tsunade, and others were also dumbfounded, the original comparison. Naruto's technique can completely mistake the real for the fake. This is not seeing him transform with his own eyes, who would dare to believe that it is a child. Yefen nodded, from now on, you will change your name to Mrs. Madam, but your character, conversation, etc., will become girls to me, do you understand? Understood. Not cute enough, say it again. Now I understand, Laxi. Yefeng's mouth twitched slightly. Naruto, this guy doesn't seem to have that much talent. That seductive trick, the technique, is really a sissy from the inside out, right? Can you see how people talk like that? Honestly speaking, this seductive technique is originally a girl's voice. Just now, in order not to upset everyone, I deliberately used my original voice to talk to everyone. Naruto strikes a cute pose, scissor hands, winks, sweet smile. Deidara and the others, the hands holding the cups are shaking. Kakashi's face was constipated, Sasuke's face was livid, and his fists couldn't help but clench. This way, you are like that, ugh. Haiden couldn't take it anymore and started throwing up on the spot. Kakozu and the others couldn't bear to look anymore, and turned their heads. You, why are you like 287? Why you did not like it? Naruto stomped his feet frantically and rushed towards Yefeng. Boss Yefeng, these guys are so rude. At this time, Yefeng did not say a word, and his expression was very complicated. I knew it before. Don't make a girl out of Naruto in the first place. This is so. A born master of women's clothing. No need to teach, you can get the gist right away. I don't care about this, you can ask the leader. Naruto latched onto Pain again, rubbing back and forth, boss, just take care of them. Pain's face turned green. However, he still pretended to be calm and said, Kakozu, Haiden, don't vomit, the members of the group must respect each other, Naruto did this for the good of the organization, you must understand the sacrifice he made. After hearing this, Haiden and the others forcibly suppressed their nausea. To express his gratitude, Naruto sat down next to Pain. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, hee, leader, you are so kind. Not much. The hand-clapping boss brought the noodles he had just ordered. Naruto and Deidara immediately cheered. But at this moment, Yefeng's expression was fixed, and he looked at everyone with deep eyes. By the way, Naruto, Kakashi, you have been eating ramen here all along, but do you know the true identity of the owner of this shop? Kakashi frowned and asked suspiciously, real identity? What is the true identity? Isn't he just an ordinary boss? Naruto and Sasuke were also a bit surprised. Identity? What identity can a ramen shop owner have? Hey. Actually, Yefeng's mysterious appearance made not only Naruto and others, but also Pain and Konan, who exuded coldness, couldn't help but prick up their ears. Yefeng's eyes flickered, he looked around, and after making sure no one was eavesdropping, he solemnly said, don't you all know? The owner of this Ichiraku ramen shop is an ordinary middle-aged uncle in the surface. But his true identity is actually the husband of Akatsuki Kagaya, the father of the legendary sage of the Six Paths. Everyone was shocked, and Deidara was so scared that she even dropped the spoon. He lives in seclusion in Konoha, hiding out as a ramen shop owner, and has reached a terrifying age of 100,000 years. Also, in order to hide his reincarnation eyes, he has been squinting at people. When necessary, he will suddenly open his eyes and rewrite the ninja world. As soon as Yefeng finished speaking, there was a hissing sound of cold air coming from the entire entrance of the store. Both Sasuke and Kakashi frowned suspiciously on their faces. But Naruto and Deidara had panicked expressions and trembling hands. Because they believed in Yefeng's words. No, no, there's no mistake, right? The hand-clapping uncle has such a terrifying identity. Whoa! Where is Konoha? Why are there hidden masters everywhere? First, there are two Six Paths level gate gods, and then there is a ramen shop owner who is the father of Sage of Six Paths. When Konoha village was first built, did you ask the masters of Feng Shui to visit? Otherwise, there are masters everywhere. Pain's mouth twisted slightly. To be honest, he used to doubt Yefeng's words. What are you talking about, pretending to be hiding? Pain's first reaction was disbelief. But each time, Yefeng has produced actual evidence to prove his words to be true. And this time, seeing how serious he said, it might be true again. If this happens, will his plan be hindered by the Konoha gatekeeper and the owner of this ramen shop? In shock, a group of people finished their ramen. So, then stay at the hotel and meet the fourth Kaze Cage Hunter. In this joint attack against Konoha's plan, the Kingdom of Wind has another important function besides secret reports, which is to cover the identities of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Now Yefeng and the others have replaced the Sand Shinobi's forehead protector. As a result, he naturally became a master of the Sand Shinobi village. Why didn't Yefeng come? Tamari kept looking around in the crowd. Yefeng, who she was thinking about so much, was not there, so anxious. He is Yefeng. Orochimaru pointed at Yefeng, who transformed into Ulquira, and the visitors to the Land of Winds were stunned. This image is very unique. It's really eye-catching, but the skin is too white. I have to say that the Shinigami characters are still very cool, modern and trendy. Especially Ulquira, with green eyes, white clothes, and black straw sandals. Mixed among Sand Shinobi's bumpkins, he's like a supermodel. Hey Gaara, that blonde girl over there, I don't think I've seen her before. Kankuro caught Naruto's transformed beauty at a glance. She looks sweet and cute, and her figure is even better than her hands. Do you like this guy? Gaara said coldly, he's not interested in women at all anyway. Kankuro rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, I can't say I like her, it's just this kind of girl who attracts attention no matter where she goes. Next to him, Naruto probably also noticed that Kankuro and the others were spying on him, and he generously approached. How are you? My name is Mrs. Madam, give 0.4 back to you too. Naruto began to act in a decent manner. According to Yefeng, if you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. At this time, apart from Luosha and others knowing his identity, the true identities of the other members of the Xiao organization are all secret. The game is a heartbeat. Let's draw the blind box together. Oh you, hello. My name is Kankuro, why haven't I met you before? Naruto looked suspicious, huh? Aren't we from the same village? How come you haven't seen him? Kankuro immediately understood, oh, that's right, we're all from the same village, but we don't get many chances to meet each other. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Luosha arranged for someone to come back to the hotel to rest. It's just Kankuro, sitting on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, unable to calm down for a long time. Gaara, is there such a cute girl in the Akatsuki organization? Gaara frowned slightly. Looking at Kankuro with complicated eyes, hey, you figured it out, everyone transformed into Konoha this time, maybe that blonde girl is actually a man. Man. Kankuro's beautiful fantasy just stood up, and was instantly annihilated. In addition, it also gave birth to a very unpleasant feeling. No. How could such a cute girl be transformed by a man? Her demeanor, words, and deeds are clearly a normal girl. How can a man imitate that natural charm? Even if it's a transformation technique, it should be transformed by a girl of the same age. Kankuro gritted his teeth and continued to retort. He really didn't want to believe that such a cute girl would have such a miserable, scoring guy under her skin. Garo was expressionless, staring straight ahead. Kankuro, do you have your eye on her yet? You, what are you talking about? Kankuro blushed and immediately shook his head with a guilty conscience. But this kind of low-level cloak, how can 09 Gong hide from Gaara's eyes? He just felt that Kankuro was a bit off track. Okay, no matter how you feel about her, just don't delay homework. Day 2 will be here soon. The 7 Akatsuki members who participated in the Chinese test began to disperse in Konoha village. The rest of the members who were to be helped mixed with the civilians and waited for an opportunity. Haha, I'm going to fool those idiot villagers today. Yefen, Sasuke, and Naruto formed a group and began strutting down the Konoha street to survey the situation. Naruto, who became a wife, winks flirtatiously at the passers-by. Big brother, let's see. Haha, uncle bye. Little brother, is big sister beautiful? Handsome boy, let me show you my heart. Naruto went all out in his parody style, drawing countless stares. Sasuke had a dark face and kept clenching his fists. If it weren't for the fear of affecting the plan, he would have rushed to hit people. Damn, that's disgusting. At the moment. Side of the street. Hey, look there are some weird guys. The sharp-eyed little Sakura immediately found the trail of Yefen and the 3 of them. Because they are so visible. Needless to say, Yefeng's Ulquiorra is the most beautiful boy on the street. The people passing by, especially the women, couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Naruto at her side, dressed furiously, looming back and forth, winking at everyone, absorbing the desires of many a man along the way. Only Sasuke, because he transformed into a fat man with a mohawk, and his appearance was even below the average line, teamed up with Yefen to serve as a foil for the 2 of them. What is that blonde girl doing? Seducing a man. Damn. She looks so pretty, but she's so slutty. I want to hit her. Some Xiaoqiangs came over while arguing. Guys, are you the ninjas from the Land of Wind? Seeing the forehead protectors on several people, little Sakura asked. Yeah, little Sakura. Do you think I look good now? Isn't that great? As soon as Naruto spoke, little Sakura's face changed. Do you know me? The others were also surprised. Ah. This. Naruto suddenly felt guilty. Naruto suddenly forgot his identity when he saw the little Sakura who he hadn't seen in a long time coming to talk to him. Just think of yourself as Uzumaki Naruto, who uses seduction tricks to tease people. I can't say that I know you, I only read your information. After all, investigating the opponent's details is the basic operation of a ninja. It was Sasuke who was trustworthy and smoothed things over by her side in a calm manner. Oh, I got it. Little Sakura touched her chin thoughtfully, then suddenly leaned in front of Naruto for a close look. To be honest, the way you spoke just now reminded me of someone. That's Uzumaki Naruto. Do you think he looks like that? Behind Shikamaru, Koji, Hinata, and others nodded. It seems, Naruto also has blonde hair. Talking and walking are equally carefree. If that bastard turns into a woman, he'll definitely follow suit and run down the street to make fun of everyone. Speaking of which, Shikamaru's expression suddenly froze. Then a strange thought crossed his mind. Hey, that girl. Could it be that you were transformed by Naruto's seduction technique? Hearing this, Naruto's expression instantly changed. And Shikamaru panicked and continued to analyze. You seem to have said, do I look good now? If you're a normal ninja from the Land of Wind, you shouldn't have said such a thing. And your outlandish attitude, it's exactly the same as that Naruto bastard. Could be, you really are Naruto. Maybe it's because Naruto has lived with this group of Xiaoqiang for more than 10 years, so after showing a little flaw, he immediately noticed. Also, the other party is Shikamaru, Konoha's group of experts. Incredible observation skills. At this moment, Naruto seemed to be terrified. What the hell? I just walked down the Konoha village street. Before the exam started, the identity was directly exposed. Naruto's face was covered in sweat, and his hands and feet began to shake with a guilty conscience. This movie further confirmed Shikamaru's assumption. A group of people is on alert. Naruto. You're Naruto. Why are you pretending like that? Do you want to come to Konoha to cause trouble? Who is next to you? It could be that they are all members of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing Xiaoqiang's fierce reaction, Ye Feng helplessly shook his head. Good guy. He truly deserves to be the pillar of Konoha's future, with a keen sense of smell. If you were an ordinary person, this plan would have collapsed here. I can't play anymore. B. Kill 070 Rakin. With the thought, a pink substitute roared loudly. The Killer Queen stood next to Ye Feng, her eyes locked on Naruto in front of her. Fortunately, I had expected this step a long time ago, so I saved files as I walked. With Naruto the big guy, Ye Feng naturally became a bit smarter. So from the moment he entered Konoha village yesterday, he kept placing time bombs loser eats dust on Naruto. Every time he safely passed the timeline, he would immediately disarm the bomb and plant a new one. And the last bomb today was just before some people left the hotel. The loser eats dust, activate it. Boom. Following Ye Feng's order, the Killer Queen pressed her finger, the bomb was activated, and time went back. Haha, I'm going to fool those idiot villagers today. As soon as Naruto revealed his plan, Ye Feng immediately hit him on the head. Naruto, be more restrained. Why? Those bean-picking idiots are so funny. Ye Feng's face was serious. Your approach is too ostentatious. This is something that only Uzumaki Naruto can fake. Now you are a wife. They are 10 ninja reserved in Sand Shinobi village. You have to pretend to be innocent. It's better if people look at you. You will blush and call your name. You will be Jiao Chuan. Do you understand? I don't know if Naruto understands or not. On the other hand, Sasuke next to him, after hearing this, felt sick in his heart. The fist is clenched even tighter. Hey, look there are some weird guys. Side of the street. The same scenario played out again. It's just that this time, Naruto didn't make a fool of himself, so little Sakura and others had no doubts. Guys, are you the ninjas from the Land of Wind? Seeing the forehead protectors on several people, little Sakura asked. Yes, may I ask if you are? Ye Feng began to show off his acting skills. We are the ninja of Konoha, and my name is Harano Sakura, who is going to take the Chunin exam. My name is Nara Shikamaru. Yamanaka Ino. De, Hyuga Hinata. After learning that the other party is also a ninja who came to take the test, a group of Xiaoqiang's friendly relatives reported on themselves. My name is Ulquira Safur. Ye Feng used his real name in this unceremonious appearance. You can call me Xiao Wu. There was a look of admiration in the eyes of little Sakura and Ino. Wow, what a mysterious name, it sounds like an unknown god. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Well, for some people. The girls nodded and looked at the fat Mexican man next to them. What about you? What's your name? After the corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, he said a little reluctantly, the name is Erzuzu. 2 pillars. After hearing this name, little Sakura and the others were a bit confused. Why would someone have a name like that? What did your parents think? That. Hello Erzuzu. Little Sakura awkwardly greeted Sasuke. At the moment. If she knew that the true identity of this fat mohawk pig was actually Sasuke, the male god she had long admired, she would probably vomit blood on the spot. The pressure is on Naruto's side. After being specially emphasized by Ye Feng, Naruto at this moment did not dare to say a word. He clearly saw the little Sakura he was in love with right in front of him, but he still pretended not to know him. This feeling is really painful. Didn't you find the blonde girl a bit cute? Ino and Shikamaru argued quietly. Naruto was quick to cooperate, pretending to be overheard so that his ears turned red. Lower your voice, he heard her, and it made his ears blush. Naruto's acting skills are on another level. Forcibly remembering the last time I went to the bathroom at ninja school without paper, my cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. This scene was seen by little Sakura and the others. She seems like a very restrained girl. Walking with long strides, little Sakura smiled slightly. Hello, what's your name? Yo, my name is Ma'am. Naruto replied sheepishly. Sasuke's fist grew harder and harder. Haha, you seem to be quite shy, don't be afraid, Konoha village is a tolerant place and won't turn you away from outsiders. Naruto continued to show off his acting chops, his eyes twinkling. Really? Little Sakura carelessly shrugged. Don't worry, with me here, no one in Konoha will dare bully you. What else can Naruto say right now? I can only thank Yefeng for his kindness. Then, I'll tease you, little Sakura. Soon. Yefeng led the trio and became one with Konoha Xiaoqiang. After all, there are two of them who are originally Xiaoqiang, and they are also the leaders of the elementary school. Yefeng is familiar with everyone's personality traits, so they are like ducks to water when dealing with each other. Hinata, don't you look unhappy? What's on your mind? Wandering down the street, Yefeng next to Hyuga Hinata's situation. Among Konoha's little powerhouses, the cutest are Hinata, Ino, and Tien Tien. As for the little guy Sakura, it's too much. No, nothing. Hinata replied sheepishly. Hey, she must have been scolded by her father. Ino next to him yelled out loud. Hinata's father is a very strict person with high demands. If Hinata doesn't meet his standards, he will severely reprimand him. Yefeng really knew about Hinata's family. Hyuga Hayashi has two daughters, the eldest is Hyuga Hinata and the second is Hyuga Hanabi. But Hyuga Hayashi despises Hinata. Because Hinata is obviously 12 or 13 by now, but she can't beat her younger sister Hyuga Hanabi, who is 5 years younger. This is simply a shame for the Hyuga family who values strength. Hyuga Hayashi hates iron but not steel. Now he has completely given up on Hinata and has put all his energy into cultivating Hyuga Hanabi. But what Hyuga Hayashi didn't expect was that Hinata couldn't beat Hyuga Hanabi. He just didn't want to hurt his sister, so he didn't take it seriously. Yefeng's thoughts quickly changed. To be honest, he badly needs some chances now to earn his relationship with the next Konoha class. And something like Hinata's house is a very good entry point. If I help her solve family matters, then my prestige in Xiaoqiang's eyes will increase by at least 4 or 5 levels. Stuff. Just as Yefeng was about to speak. Sudden. A familiar machine voice sounded in my mind. Yefeng quickly checked the options. Ding. Hyuga Hinata is detected to worry about housework, please make up your mind. 1. Without further ado, just kill Hyuga Hayashi directly and reward Tien Kenjiao. Asterisk 2. Help Hinata defeat Hyuga Hayashi and reward Tathagata Palm. Forward. Seeing these two options, Yefeng only felt that this system is really, if you feel sleepy, you will get a pillow. But he was stunned again for a moment. If he were to switch to before, he would definitely choose one without hesitation and kill Hyuga Hayashi directly. Just that kind of dumb ex-parent, why keep it? A shot from Siro will fire him. But now? No. Hyuga Hayashi is still useful to hold, and I have to help myself improve my favorability. So Yefeng can only choose two. System, let me ask, can the rewarded Palma Tathagata be taught to others? Yefeng is not stupid. The condition of option 2 is to help Hinata defeat her father. With Hinata's current strength, there is only one way. That's having Hinata and Hyuga Hayashi face to face, and then helping from the side. For example, when two people are fighting each other, the cooldown is activated and the platinum star goes up to a 500 hits, etc. But the problem is that Hinata is so weak, how dare she challenge her father? Therefore, an opportunity is needed. For example, tell her that I have a long-lost palm technique, Noma, which can be taught to her and help her defeat Hyuga Hayashi and the like. Perhaps he was also aware of the thoughts in Yefeng's mind, and the system responded in a very sensible manner. It can be taught, and the host only needs to receive the martial arts and touch the opponent's body to teach it. So convenient. Yefeng immediately simulated a complete plan in his mind. The scene right now. The discussion about Hinata became more and more intense. They all showed sympathetic eyes and looked at the poor girl. Your father is a big fool, he only bullies honest people. Are you weak, Hinata? I don't think you're weak at all. You should show your father your true strength. Xiaoqiang was filled with righteous indignation and hated what Hyuga Hayashi did. As for Yefeng, he felt that the atmosphere at the scene had reached its peak, and everyone's hatred had reached its peak. He suddenly lowered his head and then looked at Hinata with a stern face. Hyuga Hinata, do you want to beat your father? Beat my father? In Hinata's pure white eyes, doubts flickered. He seemed to have heard a very important sentence. What are you saying? Beat Hinata's father? Are you going to defeat Hyuga Hayashi? Little Sakura and the others looked surprised. Because everyone knows how powerful Hyuga Hayashi is. After the extermination of the Senju and Uchiha clans, the Hyuga family has undoubtedly become the #1 family in the entire Konoha village. And his patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi, is an elite ninja who combines physique and ninjutsu. A pair of white eyes can spy on the chakra veins of the human body. Not only can it be used for reconnaissance, but it can also be used in conjunction with his family's acupuncture method to seal the enemy's actions. And the gentle fist method is one of Konoha's best physical abilities, and it's only passed down to clansmen, and its power is pretty amazing. Such a strong person, this guy named Ulquiorra, still thinking of defeating him? I said, Xiao Wu. Have you misunderstood something? Hyuga Hayashi is one of the best players in our Konoha village, and it's not something a rookie like us can beat. It's even impossible to hurt him. Little Sakura and Ino looked at Yefeng with wistful faces. Because Yefeng's identity right now is the genin who came to take the Chunin exam just like them. To put it bluntly, he's a rookie. Hyuga Niji, the 333rd strongest among the candidates, is now recognized to be a member of Hyuga's family. He can't even compare to Niji. Do you want to challenge Hyuga Hayashi? This is dreaming. Facing the doubts of little Sakura and others, Yefeng's face remained completely still. Still looking at Hinata's face seriously. Want? Do you want to beat your own father? Standing upright, with my own strength, I slammed Hyuga Hayashi to the ground. Yefeng's voice floated into Hinata's heart like a demon. Defeat my own father. This is something Hinata never dared to think about before. But in other words, if he can really defeat his father, couldn't he show his strength without hurting his sister Hanabi? By then, Hyuga Hayashi should recognize his daughter. Can you help me? Hinata's eyes flickered and she asked nervously. Little Sakura and Ino also held their breath, waiting for Yefeng's answer. Yes, I can let you gain strength. The premise is that no matter what happens in the future, you must be by my side. Hinata bit her lip slightly, engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. As for Shikamaru and the others, they bowed with amazement, ajeb, on their faces. Hey, are you bragging? Do you know how strong Hyuga Hayashi is? He's one of the best ninjutsu masters in Konoha. That's right. The Hyuga family is a big family, just like our Inoshikacho family is incomparable. The more Xiaoqiang talked, the more excited they were. But Ye Feng was not moved at all. He simply said lightly, "The Hyaga Hayashi you mentioned is so strong, so let me ask you, when the Akatsuki organization invaded Konoha last time and took Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, why didn't they defeat the invaders?" That. The arrogance of Shikamaru and others was greatly weakened. That guy is different, his strength is not on the same level as us, no, he is not on the same level as the others. That's right, that guy can easily kill Asuma, he's not an ordinary person at all. You know Asuma's strength can be greater than Hyaga Hayashi. Several Xiaoqiangs showed panic. For the young, they don't understand any political struggle, nor can they clearly see the darkness of Konoha. The only thing that can be firmly seen and remembered is the movements and strength of the ninja. The last time Ye Feng attacked Konoha village, the shock it brought to everyone was too great. Until now, little Sakura and the others still clearly remember the scene where Ye Feng took people to heaven and left Konoha under the light of denial that day. They will remember that untouchable scene as heaven forever. Noon. After going through a series of ideological struggles, Hinata finally made up her mind. "If you can help me, I will always believe in you." After hearing this, Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Little Sakura and the others stopped refuting. Yet, if Ye Feng really has the ability to help Hinata solve the housework, that might not be a good thing. You better be in a hurry, right? Okay, now I'll teach you ninjutsu to defeat Hyaga Hayashi. Is there a cave here? Cave. Little Sakura and Ino looked at each other and frowned. Why do you need a cave? Can't this place teach? Ye Feng shook his head and said, "No, this is a ninjutsu capable of defeating Hyaga Hayashi, just think about it, and you can't let others see it. And my method of teaching this technique is very special, and cannot be exposed to the outside world." Seeing that what Ye Feng said was so mysterious, the rest of the people stopped asking. "There are some caves in the back mountain of Konoha, you can practice there." Ye Feng nodded, "Okay, then wait here, probably tomorrow morning, the practice will be over." Everyone was shocked when they heard the words, "So fast. Didn't I say that it's a special teaching method?" Under everyone's astonished eyes, Ye Feng took Hinata and walked towards the cave in the mountain behind Konoha village. Not much. The two came to a cave. It was dark and damp in here, and there were no creatures for miles around, and the cave gave off a gloomy feeling. Hinata cautiously stayed behind Ye Feng, not daring to show her air throughout the entire process. After finding flat ground in the cave, Ye Feng stopped. He then turned around and said to Hinata, "It's taught here, take off your clothes." A large question mark was written across Hinata's face. What is the meaning? Just take off your clothes. But, why take off your clothes? Hinata trembled and there was a hint of fear in her voice. Ye Feng looked serious and began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. "My technique, called Tathagata God's Palm, is the ultimate skill of the ancient Tomb sect, and was originally only practiced by men. When learning this technique, one must put one's heart and soul into it, without the slightest mistake, otherwise, if one accidentally gets caught in the fire, the meridians of the entire body will be cut off. And in the process of practicing this technique, a lot of heat will be released from the body. To let the heat out well, it is necessary to take off your clothes. The reason why I brought you to this cave is also because this place is quiet and deserted, and no one bothers you." Back then, in the ancient tomb, Yanguo and Xiaolong also practiced like this. So you don't have to worry. Although there are many professional explanations, Hinata can't understand it. Like the grave sect, bewitched. But he can still understand things like the whole body's meridians being cut off and dying. Because Hinata has white eyes, she can only see the chakra veins of the human body. Based on this alone, he guessed that Ye Feng might not have spoken. "Okay then." Hinata responded weakly and then unbuckled Shikai. Time passed very slowly. In the cave, Hinata was naked, sitting on the cold stone slab. Yefen has a straight face, palm to chest, palm to back with Hinata. In various martial arts dramas, he conveys the true spirit. During the cultivation process, Tien always had a doubt in his heart. Yefen. Didn't he say that by practicing this kung fu, the body will generate great heat? But why didn't I feel it at all? Not only is it not hot, but it's also sickly cold. I get goosebumps all over my body. But Yefen. Hinata could clearly feel the heat in her hands. Sometimes when pressed on the back it is still warm. Maybe it's because this kind of kung fu is only suitable for men to practice. A night passed. Early morning. A ray of sunlight, through the cracks in the cave, hit Hinata's body. Is it morning yet? Yefen rubbed the corners of his eyes. Yesterday, he and Hinata came in the afternoon. Because the cave was dark, the concept of time was confusing. The two of them practiced the Tathagata God Palm earnestly for more than 20 hours, and finally both of them fell asleep due to overwork. No, sorry. I fell asleep. Hinata nervously woke up from Yefen, then quickly got dressed, her face completely flushed. Well, have you practiced that move? Hinata nodded. Originally, Hinata didn't feel anything when she was practicing at first. At one point he thought he didn't have that talent. However, in the end, when they practiced hard for over 20 hours, a wonderful idea flooded Hinata's mind in an instant. At that moment, Hinata understood the so-called Buddha palm skills. Thank you Yefen, I think I have mastered this difficulty. With him, I should be able to defeat my father. Yefen nodded contently, in that case, hurry up and let your father see your true strength. In Konoha village main street. In the eager anticipation of little Sakura, Ino, and others, finally Yefen brought Hinata back from the back mountain. You did? Ino asked urgently. Hinata blushed and nodded, humming. Did it really work? Did you learn a ninjutsu in just one night? How did it work? Yes Hinata, how did you learn it? Being questioned by everyone, Hinata's face was hot, red to the base of her neck. That kind of things. How dare you say it? Everyone stopped pushing Hinata, let her challenge Hyuga Hayashi now. They were all silent. Led by Hinata, a group of people walked towards the Hyuga clan mansion full of expectations, doubts, surprises, various emotions. Konoha village, right in the center. In the vast complex of the Hyuga clan. What's happening? Seeing Hinata bring a group of people home, Hyuga Hayashi felt very uncomfortable. At first he wasn't optimistic about Hinata, and had completely given up on her. He didn't expect that now that he was approaching the Chunin exam, she wouldn't rush to practice and hang out with a group of strong little ones. Which of these Xiaoqiang can compare to their Hyuga family? In Hyuga Hisashi's eyes, they are all a bunch of low-class trash. Father, father. Hinata's eyes averted and she was too shy to speak. Say anything. Don't waste my time. After being yelled at like that, Hinata couldn't bring herself to say what she originally wanted to say. The other Xiaoqiang were also silent. They dared to say a few things behind his back, but when they actually faced Hyuga Hayashi, they no longer had that temper. Only Yefen, who was not at all afraid of Hyuga Hayashi's arrogance, put his hands in his pockets and took 2 steps with a blank expression. Your daughter said that she would give you a lesson so that you can remember her for a long time. The talking genius Yefen, with just one sentence, immediately made Hyuga Hayashi, who was already on fire, even more angry. Oh? Teach me? Does she have this ability now? Hyuga Hayashi snorted angrily. Okay Hinata, I want to see if you have the ability. Let the horses come here. Hyuga Hayashi let out an angry roar, directly urging on Chakra, and assumed the gentle fist stance. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi's appearance, a group of Xiaoqiang was dumbfounded. Good guy. This is my dear father. Just say a word from a stranger and it will be true right away. Hinata usually suffers a lot at home. What's wrong? Aren't you calling? Aren't you going to challenge me? Hyuga Hayashi strutted. Hinata looked at Yefeng with tears in her eyes and said that she wanted to hit her, but with her weak character, how could she date her father? 0. Looking for flowers. Don't worry Hinata, with your current strength, even 10 Hyuga Hayashi can't beat you. Give him a break. That he appreciates the love of his daughter. Vr. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Yefeng next to him, his lungs about to explode. This stinking daughter, let's not talk about it, and now she brought a stranger to scold her? Call me quick. Hinata. Let me see the strength in his mouth. What are you still hesitating about? Call me quickly. Otherwise, I won't recognize you so far. Forced by Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata was finally unable to remain silent anymore. She put up a stance, urging the palm Tathagata that she had just learned. 0. I'm sorry Dad. With a sudden jump, Hinata's delicate figure flashed towards Hyuga Hayashi in an instant. Then, hit a palm. This palm, at first glance, seems ordinary. But there is extremely terrifying and enormous power in it. Even the most common Tathagata palm is several times more powerful than gentle fist. It can easily penetrate rocks and even break through steel. And the highest level Tathagata God palm is the trick used by Tang Santang, summoning the Tathagata himself to fight on his behalf. One shot can destroy half the planet. The Tathagata palm used by Hinata is not as scary as the highest level, but it still has medium power. Probably in Kung Fu, Asing's volley palm pierced the power of a 20-story building. But right now, Hyuga Hayashi is completely unaware of the power contained in this palm technique. He was even so rampant that he did not make any resistance. Let Hinata's palm hit her shoulder. At this moment, Yefeng's expression froze for a moment. Then the corner of the mouth showed a nasty arc. Next second, the air suddenly sank, and then, it roared and trembled. Boom! With a huge explosion, the entire Hyuga family mansion was destroyed in a huge hole. Terrifying power caused the ground to tremble, and cracks that were more than 10 meters wide spread out thickly in the sky. It's full of gravel, sawdust, countless Hyuga's belongings. And at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi in the field, half of his arm and shoulder, has disappeared. He was beaten to the point of losing his hand. Wow! The whole scene. He fell into a deathly silence. All of Konoha's Xiaoqiangs widened their eyes and stared ahead in horror. After a full 10 seconds of silence, they broke out in unbelievable screams. What did I do? What did I see? With a slap from Hinata, the Hyuga family mansion was destroyed. Hyuga Hayashi's shoulder was blown off. What kind of power is this? Severe shouts and shouts echoed throughout the entire area. The entire Hyuga family, chaos. And at this moment, farm center. Hyuga Hayashi, whose hand was knocked off, knelt on the ground in horror. Sweaty head, weak legs and feet. Even kneeling down is almost unsteady. Father, you. Hinata was also surprised at this moment. He never dreamed that he would just slap 867 casually, and it would cause such great damage. My father's hand was broken by himself. Hinata, you, what are you? Hyuga Hayashi runs out of scary words. What's happening? How could his daughter be so strong? Before, he was clearly trash that couldn't even beat Hyuga Hanabi, but now, he has such powerful destructive power. The power of that palm right now has far surpassed his Hyuga family's soft fist dozens of times, even hundreds of times. It even surpassed the destructive power of S-rank ninjutsu. How is she? Is your daughter very powerful? Yefen walked over with a calm face. Condescending, standing in front of Hyaga Hayashi, looking at him, as if looking down at an ant. You bastard! Hyaga Hayashi looked embarrassed, enduring great pain. He wanted to roar, but couldn't. To be honest, when you asked Hinata to call quickly, I was a bit stumped. Because it's the first time I've heard of a request as strange as yours. Yefen relaunched the chat ghost mode. Two taunts made Hyaga Hayashi anxious. If one did not stand up, the person would pass out on the spot. 30 minutes later, Hyaga's family sent Hyaga Hayashi to Konoha Hospital for emergency treatment. Although he received a Tathagata palm from the front, fortunately, it hit his shoulder, and he only lost one arm. Otherwise, Hinata will be charged with patricide today. Hinata, you really are amazing. You've become so strong. A group of Xiaoqiangs adored Hinata madly. I never dreamed that you could defeat Hyaga Hayashi. What kind of technique is that palm? The power is too terrifying. It was the first time in Hinata's life that he was surrounded and praised by everyone. Her cheeks were flushed and she looked at Yefeng shyly. It is all thanks to Yefeng, that technique. He taught me. After being reminded, they all realized who they really should worship. In the blink of an eye, all of the Xiaoqiang gathered around Yefeng again. Girls like little Sakura, Ino, and Tian Tian look at Yefeng differently. In the past, I thought that Yefeng was tall and fresh, with an attractive appearance. Now, everyone is convinced by his strength. They have all become fans. Yefeng, can you teach me 2 tricks as well? Brother Yefeng, do you still accept apprentices? Brother Yefeng, you must not be the next generation of Kazekage. I have never seen you fool people like this. A group of Xiaoqiang boasted and adored madly. Yefeng was also secretly moved. Judging from these reactions from Xiaoqiang, his infiltration plan has already achieved initial results. If among this group of people, there are people like Suzuki who pursue strength, you don't need to be led, you can directly betray Konoha and come to him. But this is not enough. In order to really conquer these Xiaoqiang, the next step is still necessary. If you really want to get stronger, follow my footsteps. We will be invincible against you. After uttering one of Aizen's classic lines, Yefeng led the crowd into the barbecue shop. 0933124009 Filu 0702100060. A week passed quickly. Today, the entire Konoha village is bustling with activity. Passengers coming and going, Konoha village residents coming out to set up stalls. The town is full of all kinds of pedestrians, and has never been as lively as it is today in a whole year. Hokage Building, 3rd Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo share a room. There is no abnormality. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked more thoughtfully. No, the group of little ghosts brought by the Kingdom of Wind stay with Konoha's little ghosts all day, and the rest of them are completely relaxed, so there shouldn't be any problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. As a cunning man, he would naturally not stop monitoring this group of referees. However, since no clues have been found, there should be nothing to worry about. Okay, then the Chunin exam will officially start. Choose outstanding talents from this batch of little devils and continue the will of fire. North side of Konoha village. Outside the exam room for the first written test. Cough, cough, Yahiko, where have you been all these days? Yefeng and 6 other members of the organization gathered here. During this week, Yefeng and a group of Konoha Xiaoqiang mingled all day and formed a deep relationship. Now little Sakura and Ino have even developed another feeling for Yefeng. A feeling called love. On the other hand, several other people haven't been doing business these days, eating and drinking in Konoha village, as if they were on vacation. I haven't gone anywhere, I've been living in a hotel. Pain said very calmly. Because Pain's body was originally a corpse, he did not need to eat, sleep, or go to the bathroom. What can you do when you go out? Oh, that's how it is. Deidara made a long sound, then looked at Yefeng. What about the others? Kisame and Scorpion should have arrived too, right? Why are they missing? The corners of Yefeng's mouth curled up slightly. I have my own arrangements. Okay. I really didn't expect to come to take this kind of exam, it's a big headache. Haiden and Kakuzu are also overwhelmed. They are both old and immortal, and they still have to pretend to be little ghosts to take the exam. It must be that Yefeng wanted to play a trick on them. Not much. Under the support of a group of Konoha Shinobi fans, the watch team headed by Marino Ibiki and Mitarashi Anko officially debuted. Yefeng's expression changed, and he immediately began the next plan. I heard that in this written test, the test questions are 0.6 grade difficult and have 5 stars. According to the current level of the test takers, it is estimated that no one can pass the test. Suddenly, Yefeng said something loudly to a few nearby Xiaoqiang. The voice was so loud that Ibiki Marino, the supervisor of the written test, couldn't help but slow down and prick up his ears. Isn't it? Can't anyone pass the test? Then what's the point of this written test? Little Sakura and the others looked surprised. Yefeng looked at Ubixi, who was eavesdropping, and continued, "Are you stupid? What good is the ninja written test? This test is about everyone's practical ability rather than theoretical knowledge. In other words, it's to test your ability to cheat. Look who's cheating inside without getting caught." As soon as this statement came out, not only the Xiaoqiang on the scene, but even Ibiki Marino and Mitarashi Anko were dumbfounded. What's going on? Ubixi and Anko looked at each other with a bored expression. Before the exam started, did anyone guess the content of this exam? Listen to what he has to say. Anko crossed her chest with interest. Yefeng in the distance smiled slightly, as if his plan had succeeded. Cheating on exams. How do you cheat without getting caught? That's right. We haven't cheated before. If this is really done, we will definitely be found out. Yefeng smiled secretly, then deliberately raised his voice and began to preach to the crowd. Are they idiots? The deception I'm talking about is not for you to simply cheat, but for you to use your own ninjutsu to cheat. Ubixi and Anko gasped again. Hey kid, who is this candidate? Have you heard his exam meeting? Everything is on point. Then, how do we do it? Xiao Sakura and others still looked puzzled. Yefeng plotted out loud, Ben. Just like Gaara in the Land of Wind can use trachoma to detect the answer, Kankuro can use a puppet to pretend to be a teacher, Ino can change your heart, Shino uses insects, and Inyazuka Yaoki Akamaru look, you can use Tien Tien Ninja is thoughtful, it sounds ninja, you can use your ears to listen to the frequency of the other party's writing. After hearing Yefeng's description, the entire scene was shocked. Xiaoqiang all widened their eyes in surprise, full of disbelief. 09 on the other hand, Ibixi and Anko were completely dumbfounded. Can it still be like this? They didn't think of these cheating methods before. Ubixi nodded excitedly, understood, let's keep an eye on those people. Soon. Exam time begins and the candidates enter the arena. The tall Ubixi stood on the stage, not angry but pretentious. The main reason is that the scar on his face is very showy. So far, all of you have performed very well. As expected of the elite sent by the villages, you have not given me a chance to show off your majesty. I have to say that I am starting to like myself a little. I'm going to explain the rules of the exam now. I'll only say it once. If I don't hear clearly, I won't be responsible. They all swallowed nervously and remained silent. First, you all have 10 points from the start. There are 10 questions on the exam, and 1 point will be deducted for one wrong question. Second, the final score depends on your group's total score. Third, if any party member gets 0 points, then the party will be eliminated immediately. Fourth, there is an additional question, to be announced in 45 minutes. Fifth, and this is the most important, if someone is caught cheating during the exam. When Yubaxi said this, she deliberately paused. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The candidates in the entire examination room held their breath. Fifth, if you find cheats during the exam, I'll give you a chance, but the second time, you'll be disqualified. Then don't show your poor cheating skills to shame, you are undoubtedly digging your own grave. If you want to be a Chunin, it's like a real ninja. Show your skills. Then the first Chunin exam begins now. Submit the exam. After about 10 seconds or less, the candidates below realized something was wrong. The question is so difficult. I can't understand it at all. Even if I understand the question, I don't know what I'm talking about. This test is a fart. What kind of ghost question is this? Deidara looked at the first question and began. Please use the thinking of a ninja to explain the following codes. $79E 0% 6-9 plus hashtag 32584 carat. Done. What idiot came up with this question? Laozi has been a ninja for 70 or 80 years, and he has never seen such an absurd topic. When Kakuzu saw the second question, he began to scold her as well. Assumption, Ninja A stands on a 18-meter tall tree and throws Konao at Ninja B on the ground 24 meters away. At this time, the force of the wind is about 5 m/s. The skill value is the average Chunin level. Calculate the angle and force of Ninja A's Konao throw if he wants to hit Chunin B correctly. The entire examination room was already filled with the hustle and bustle. Even Payne, who came to make soy sauce, looked at the questions on the test paper and thought deeply. This topic. I can write a fart. What kind of written test is this? No way. Where do ninja schools teach these things? This test document is clearly to persuade you to quit. Let's run away, give up this year and fight again next year. All the examines are angrily scolding the interrogator. But the small powerhouses of Konoha did not panic at all. Because Yafeng had already revealed the core of the exam to them. After about 5 or 6 minutes, several other people in the exam room found out the true face of the exam. Start cheating. Number 3, a warning. On the 19th, a warning. On the 18th, you have committed 2 crimes and can leave the field. Number 24, you. There are people who cheat and are singled out, and newcomers join the army of cheaters. This vigilante is quite powerful, unexpectedly able to find so many people. In the middle seat, Gara crossed his arms and said coldly. Then, naturally, he covered his face with his hands, secretly grabbed his eyes, pulled out his eyeballs, then pinched them and exploded, turning into sand and dancing in the air. This trick of spying through sand eyes is a secret sand technique, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone to discover it. However, as soon as Gara was used, Yubaxi immediately figured it out. Number 17, cheat once. Gara was instantly shocked. Discovered. How did he find out? Hearing Ibuki's warning, Kankuro, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but sigh. Hey, idiot Gara, that eye selection just now was so unnatural. The real deception is to be invisible and not produce any physical movement. So. Number 57, cheat once, save your puppet technique. Do you want to use a puppet to imitate the vigilante and then cheat? 390. Kankuro was completely stunned. I haven't even got the puppet out yet. As you guessed. At this moment, Yubaxi felt excited. It felt like he was hunting small game from a hunter's perspective. The key is that you know every movement of these little animals in advance. Number 12, number 5, your reflectors are too conspicuous, the light has been moving on the ceiling for a long time. Number 8, block the blood vessels in your eyes when you roll your eyes next time, because they're obvious. Number 33, who gave you permission to bring the dog? Number 62, number 61, the frequency of your ear movements has increased at this time. Is it because you can recognize words by hearing the sound? The entire exam room exploded. Damn it. What kind of eyes is this vigilante looking into? Can you tell by listening to the sound and distinguishing the characters? What's the point of the test? The audience is boiling. They all held the pen in fear, in a quandary. Neither write nor copy. He originally thought that his methods could fool the world, but in the end, all the houses were demolished. There were only 2 people on the scene, and their expressions remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. One is Pain, because he has a fixed expression. Unless there's an emote pack during battle, it's always a dead face at other times. And these questions, Pain can't do either. Just the last topic of discussion on the current events and development of the ninja world I may be able to write a few words. The other is Yefeng. That boy. Ubuxi was amazed. If it wasn't for Yefeng's unintentional reminder earlier, he certainly wouldn't have been able to catch so many cheaters. But the other party, at this moment, has a calm expression on his face, and there is no sign of writing. He's been leaning back in his chair since the exams were handed out, not even picking up a pen. This guy plans to deliver a blank piece of paper. However, right now, on Yefeng's table, there was a sudden fine friction sound. Ubuxi took a closer look and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. What happened? Pen, is it moving by itself? There was an exclamation. Everyone in the examination room turned their heads to look at Yefeng. At this time, on Yefeng's desk, a pen was automatically writing the test paper. He himself crossed his hands on his chest, completely still. Am I dazzled? It moves by itself. The pen moves by itself. Oh my gosh, what kind of technique is this? The entire audience was dumbstruck. They have seen various tricks at this time, but for a dick like Yefeng, by one. People don't move, the feather moves by itself, can you believe it? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. What kind of technique is this? Ubuxi and Anko nervously rushed over, they wanted to see the action. But the strange thing is that Yefeng has no trace of casting spells at all. There is no mudra, not even chakra. The feather seemed to move according to his thoughts. The corners of Yefeng's mouth twitched slightly. The invincible platinum star is the invincible Timo. It was the same as the last time I rolled the dice at the casino. The platinum star can only be seen by those who are also substitute messengers. So, in the eyes of ordinary people, the feather moves by itself. Coupled with platinum star's hand speed and eyesight comparable to that of an electron microscope, it can reveal the answers of the entire exam room at a glance. In less than half a minute, Yefeng wrote down all the answers. Who wants to pass the exam? Call Dad, Dad will take you flying. Yefeng looked at the people in the room and shouted viciously. The wife next to him immediately shouted flatteringly, Father. In other villages, those Xiaoqiang who did not want to lose the election also shouted. Dad. Dad, take me flying. Dad. I want to pass the exam too. Little Sakura and Ino looked at each other, blushed, and yelled, Daddy. Screams one after another. And those candidates who yelled after someone. Exams have also begun to take the initiative to write. Not only are they all blacked out, but they are also well written. Just relying on neat writing and clear intervals between upright and upright answers. The correct answer is definitely gone. Anko looked terrified, he put his hands on the table in front of Yefeng, his purple pupils frantically scanning his face. How the hell did you? Yefeng smiled slightly. I'll tell you when I call Dad. All of you here, the end of the first session of the Chunin exam. Everyone passes. After an hour, Marino Iaki announced the exam results in a positive manner. With Yefeng's help, all the people present finished writing the exams. It has also reaped dozens of sons and daughters today. You are just amazing. The Ino girls and little Sakura leaned over Yefeng excitedly. Looking at Yefeng is like admiring a god. Yefeng, what kind of ability is this? I can't understand more and more. Several members of Xiao's organization worshipped Yefeng to the skies. Especially Pain. Before, I thought that Yefeng's ability was a combination of space ninjutsu and time ninjutsu. But when I saw it today, damn it, I couldn't understand it again. Could it be that Yefeng's ability really comes true? What do you want? Reality will immediately change according to your thoughts. Time flies. Soon, the second evaluation will begin. After a quick lunch, a group of Xiaoqiang arrived in front of the place where the second exam of the Chunin exam was held. Surrounded by more than 44 gated entrances, with a radius of 10 kilometers and a diameter of 20 kilometers, it is a super large forest. Deep in the forest, in the branches of several towering trees, Kakashi slowly put on the dog head mask, and the rest Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Konan, Scorpion. They all display the transformation technique. He turns into a special costume of wearing a gray vest, showing 2 arms, and wearing an animal mask. After Kakashi looked at the members, he said in a deep voice. According to Yefeng's instructions, the Forest of Death is the most critical step in the infiltration plan. Whether Konoha's younger generation can wholeheartedly follow him depends on our performance. From now on, we are Danzo's root private assassination unit, and the target is the Konoha examinee. Everyone, wait for your chance to act. Dead Forest. Entrance. The chief examiner, Anko, coughed and walked in front of the candidates. I think you guys already know the rules of the second task. That's right, it's the battle for the scrolls. A total of 13 teams are holding the Heaven Scroll and 13 teams are holding the Earth Scroll. Within 5 days, the team needs to bring the Earth Coil Axis, and the team that reaches the central tower of the Forest of Death will be considered a pass. After Anko finished speaking, the candidates on the scene began to secretly observe the surrounding teams, preparing to pick the weakest one to attack. But in this moment, a gloomy breath came out from the crowd, and it was a middle-aged man wrapped in white bandages all over his body, his right hand hanging on his chest. It is one of the great scourges of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Hey? This dance. Yefeng immediately felt it with the color of knowledge. This is the real Danzo. He thought it was the group of people he had arranged, and deliberately switched to Danzo's appearance to increase the realism of the big scene later. Master Danzo, come here. Anko was also very surprised. It stands to reason that Danzo usually stays behind the scenes, hiding in the corner and calculating this and that, rarely showing his face. Why did you suddenly run out today? Well, let me inspect the situation. Danzo scanned the squad with one eye. I had no reason to be here. But he received information that during the first written test, all the candidates passed the test with the help of a candidate named Ulquira. Most importantly, his skill is incredible. Even the supervisor Marino Ibiki couldn't see his ability. This naturally caught Danzo's attention. Are you Ulquira? After some searching, Danzo found Yefeng and stood in front of him. He began to look at him indifferently. It is not surprising. Yefeng also responded, looking at Danzo's one-eyed eyes with burning eyes. The two just looked at each other silently without speaking, and the atmosphere was very tense. But this kind of look, Danzo is at a disadvantage. Because Danzo only has one exposed eye, while Yefeng has 2. In terms of quantity, the eyes are twice as large as Danzo, and his momentum is also twice as large. What's the matter? After the two parties looked at each other for dozens of seconds, Yefeng spoke first. Danzo couldn't explain why, so he casually replied with 0. Okay, just take a look. Yefeng nodded slightly. But suddenly, Yefeng's eyes boiled with murderous intent. Then, Platinum Star came out in response, floating behind him. In the next second, he activated the ability to stop time. Cantina Hot Sauce, crushing the Verido. The image of the entire world came to an abrupt end. Everything condenses at this moment. This is called heaven if you don't go, and hell if you don't have a way, you come alone. The corner of Yefeng's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Danzo who was suspended in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. Danzo is so dumb that he probably doesn't know how dangerous he is. How dare he come to the door of nowhere? Isn't he here to give you equipment? You know, there are many treasures in Danzo. An arm studded with a Sharingan, or wood-style arm. More critical. Beneath the bandages on his face, those are the eyes of Shisui, known as the strongest Sharingan. It may be that Danzo feels that this eye has been covered for a long time and he doesn't want it anymore. So I purposely came to Yefeng and begged him to take the equipment. There is no superfluous movement. Yefeng immediately used the Platinum Star to start removing the bandages. With a pause time of more than 20 seconds, coupled with Platinum Star's hand speed close to the speed of light, the bandages on Danzo's face were removed in an instant. Really? In that eye socket, there is a flirtatious red Sharingan. Exactly why Shisui? Platinum Star helped to distinguish the eyeballs, and Yefeng found a stone of similar size on the ground and gave it to Danzo with a burr. Then Shua fastened the bandage, pretending that nothing happened. 3,2,1. The wind in the forest and the song of the birds reappeared. Time resumed its flow, and the entire world began to function normally. 583. Yefeng was still looking at Danzo calmly, no different from before. At this moment, Danzo is looking at Yefeng hatefully, thinking about it in his mind. And Danzo sensed something was wrong. His eyes seemed warm, and also, a little irritated. What's going on here? Danzo nervously wiped his right cheek, but luckily, the belt is still there. Looking at the body, the dress is the same as before. I was a bit stunned. Because in the world of Danzo, he couldn't feel the 20-second pause right now. So it's impossible to think that your Sharingan has been exchanged. You watch them carefully, I'm sure. The discomfort in the eye sockets became more and more intense. Danzo had to say a word to Anko and then he left in a hurry. After all, it is impossible for him to remove the bandage outside to check the Sharingan, otherwise his secret will be exposed. As for Anko, after seeing Danzo walk away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then changed his tense expression just now and looked at the examinee solemnly. That's good. From now on, the second exam will officially start. Come on. Root basement. In Danzo's exclusive room. What's going on? Back in the room, Danzo, who untied the bandage in front of the mirror, was dumbfounded. Because his Sharingan is gone. Instead, there was a shake, and a stone fell. What's going on here? How did it turn into a stone? Where's my Sharingan? Where's Shisui's Sharingan? There is no reason. Danzo was stunned for a few seconds at first, and then had an expression of eating siang, heartbroken. Everyone is going crazy. This Shisui Sharingan is his most important treasure. He risked his life and worked hard to get it. He is usually reluctant to wear it and has been hiding it under the bandage. But now, it turned to stone. Don't bring such a playful person. Could it be? Is it a stock market crash? But, how did you do it? Who the hell? What method did you use to change the package? Danzo's brain was buzzing with anger, and his teeth were about to gnaw. I felt that the Sherry non-abnormality was when I met that guy's eyes. But, impossible. The guy hasn't moved at all and my bandages are intact. It's impossible for someone to change their eyes in this situation. But that's when I felt something was wrong. What the hell is going on? Danzo's heart was twisted like a knife, and he felt like he was about to collapse. The most important thing is that he couldn't even understand how he lost his eyes. It's worse than eating ajef flies. Could it be telekinesis ninjutsu? After struggling for a long time, Danzo finally came up with a reasonable guess. Yeah. That guy must have used some kind of ninjutsu, and then replaced my eyes. Damned bastard. Damn. 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 Danzo gritted his teeth, slammed the rock into the ground, and stomped wildly. Angry, reluctant, distraught. Various emotions are mixed in the heart. Danzo is like a foolish man who ate yellow lotus, he can't feel the pain. Because the Sherry non-matter was originally a secret from Danzo, he went after the Uchiha clan and obtained it through illegal means, so it cannot be made public. If you brazenly steal it, if the matter becomes serious, it will be troublesome if you reveal the matter of the year. He can only drown. Or do it in secret. Danzo feels like he's never been so wronged in his 50 or 60 years of life. In the past, he was the only one who hurt others and stole from others. But now, it was played by a brat. I cannot let go. That bastard, I must kill him. At all costs. Dead Forest. A day and a night have passed since the test began. All teams are in action. The Gara team from the Land of Wind, the Xiaoqiang team from Konoha, and the Soy Sauce team from other villages. They all hold the scrolls and fight each other inside to snatch another set of scrolls. On Yefeng's side, he was constantly chasing and being chased. And the drama you staged is about to be staged. Buzzing. Shade. Some vigorous figures stepped on the tree trunk and jumped several meters. A dozen sharp shurikens fell from the sky. It's not right. It's a sneak attack. Shikamaru yelled. Sakura Jr. and Hinata immediately went on the defensive. Such offensive and defensive battles have been carried out many times in this day and night. Because the strength of the small strong team is already good, the side that slipped away never took advantage of it. But then the few people who jumped from the tree left Hinata and the others stunned. This mask, is it Umbu? Seeing the few people in front of them, a group of Xiaoqiang was puzzled. Because they all wore animal masks and strapless vests. Not the team of other candidates. Why attack us? Isn't Umbu one of ours? Little Sakura asked out loud. A leader in a dog head mask coldly snorted, Umbu. Sorry, we are the root, and we are specially ordered by the third Hokage and Danzo to kill you. Hearing this, the scene was shocked. A group of Xiaoqiang turned pale one after another, their eyes filled with confusion and panic. Hilua girls and boys will find more chapters of this novel on Patreon, link in the video description. End of chapter 90. Chapter 90.